Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon.
Everybody, rest in peace. That's what's on everybody's mind. We get
Oh,
help
yeah.
mouse out. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace, free speech. Fathers, husbands, mothers, Republicans, Democrats, especially my Republican counterparts. This is your day to vent, get what you need to get off.
I'm going to start out by just going ahead and acknowledging we all know what today is, the anniversary of 9/11. I don't want to get stuck on 9/11 because it's more of a question of 24 years later, as a country, what have we learned? Where are we? And it's a bad place, y'all. It's a bad place. We live in a.
But
Go
free
ahead.
speech, Mouse, is about letting, as me and Mouse have been talking about Charlie Kirk, it will be a disservice for you to come on your platform, meaning Mouse's, and not for her to express her feelings, her true feelings about what's going on. Well, whether it violates how you feel or you agree with anything.
Absolutely agree. You're probably not going to like me very much today, and
But
that's okay.
when something happens in real life and you come to YouTube and that is your friend, you allow them to get that shit off their chest. They're gonna say some shit that they don't supposed to say. They might say some shit that you're gonna agree, but as a friend, this is your question when they're going through some shit. Mouse, how do you feel about this Charlie Kirk situation?
I'll be honest. I am outraged. I am angry. I'm shocked. I'm saddened. I'm disgusted. But I'm angry.
Why? Why?
Angry
Why is why,
because
why is it anger? Why is it so much vitriol about him losing him?
because we got to remember first. He's not the president. He's not a governor. He's not a senator. He's not a politician. Although he is very political, he's not a politician. Charlie Kirk stood for free speech. Free speech. And they don't like that. And this is where I'm going to make some people mad because I'm going to use the word they a whole lot today. I think we all know exactly who I mean by they. I don't think this came from out of the country. But I
Who
will say,
who do you
after,
think? Who do you think?
who do I
Vent,
think?
girl, vent, vent,
Who do I
vent.
think?
Yes.
God, it's clear. Dirty damn Democrats, they can't stand it. They can't stand somebody speaking truth, speaking honestly, speaking and living like a Christian. They can't stand it. But I think everybody's going to agree with me. This was, call it an invisible line, whatever you call it. Maybe you didn't even know the line was there until now. But this is crossing the line. The line has been crossed. This is not a politician. This ain't even politics anymore. This is the safety and the security of every person out there that has the freedom to speak their mind. This is a silence.
Do you think this incident, because I don't want to touch on the words of September the 11th, do you think this is going to change how our country move forward? Or do you think they have, they meaning, I'm using your words, I'm in your world, the Democrats has crossed the line, meaning how dare you or not again?
How dare you? try to silence him, our youth? How dare you take his life because you didn't like what he was saying? Who are you to decide he needed to shut up? The stuff that I've read in the comments in the last 24 hours is so freaking mind-boggling. I've heard he deserves this. I heard he asked for this. And I say, bullshit. Bullshit. We don't shoot each other over free speech.
Your words. Why do you think this happened to him?
Why do I think this happened to him?
Mm-hmm. Why you think they chose him?
It's kind of obvious. The agenda to shut down any efforts to stop the agenda. This man was reaching out to our youth, our confused youth. Kids that don't know what they are, don't know what a woman is. He was turning that around. And he was opening the eyes to our youth about what politics really are, about the truth. He was teaching the youth to think for themselves. And that made them, they, y'all, Democrats so upset that you plotted that. Let me tell you, because here's something you're going to hear a lot today. You did not silence Charlie Kirk. You made 1,000 of them come forward.
And I was telling Mouse, as a soldier, as a veteran, that I don't fight and go over there and put my life at risk for people to agree with me. I put my shit on the line so a Charlie Kirk or a Mouse or a Gigi or a Christina have the right to say what the fuck they want to say. So it's not that I agree or disagree. I agree with the right. You have the right to say what the fuck you want to say in the United States of America, whether I disagree or you, if I want to have a conversation with you, but no. And if my friend I know is I'm going to let her get her shit off because she has security. What up, Bruce? Christine, I got her.
How crazy is that? That we live in a world that the only way you can actually express your free speech is behind security. And that means we don't have free speech anymore. But aside from free speech, guys, y'all know how I've gone on and on and on about leave our children alone. Quit twisting their heads. Quit telling them they're something they're not. Quit telling them their feelings matter more than logic or more than somebody else's rights. This is also an attack on our children. This one brave man put himself out there to educate our youth, to put their minds back into a straight place. But he was protecting our youth from the rubbish these college campuses are feeding our kids. Scare us into silence? Absolutely not. The one thing I will not let this do is terrorize me. I will not look around and say, oh, I better be quiet because that's what happens. None of us can fall for that. These are our children. This is our future. And the Charlie Kirks are fixing to come out of the woodworks like you have never seen before. And that's our job too. It is our job to pick up where he left off and finish educating and saving our kids from this weird BS Hollywood pedophile agendas that they have. He was the second voice. He was that reassuring voice. Our kids could hear us. But with someone who stood in their shoes, in their space, and he could back up what we were saying, that was showing the kids right from wrong. That was showing the kids truth from lies. That was showing the kids you have an individual brain and you're allowed to use it. And they didn't like it. That's all this is. In my opinion, it was an attack on free speech and one more attack on our kids. I've screamed that, watching through the Diddy trials, the Epstein files getting tossed around wherever the hell they are. It's time we take a stand for our kids. So we have to stand together. We have to quit waiting on someone like Charlie Kirk to come along. And we just got to start doing it. And that's okay. You don't like Charlie Kirk? That's fine. But today, I stand for him. And anybody out there that doesn't like that, here's my free speech. Shut the fuck up. Don't laugh at this. This is not to be celebrated. This should rattle every single American that cares about the future of our country and our kids. This should be a wake-up call to you guys. They are head on this mission to destroy our children's mind, to weaken our country, and we just can't sit by anymore. We all have to stand up, and we all have to be a Charlie Kirk now. Because that's what it's going to take. Not silencing him, but amplifying his voice over 1,000 more voices. Stay away from our kids and leave our free speech alone. If you don't like that, if that bothers you today, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear it.
You know me, cook, baby girl, cook, girl.
And it's true. This isn't going to be the last of it. This is only going to get worse, guys. And we can't sit around and do nothing while they just attack and amp up the violence and amp up the rhetoric. It's time we take a stand to the media. It's time we take a stand to justice and our rights. I am not about to believe for a second that this action came from some single person that just didn't like what Charlie was saying. I don't believe that for a second. This was not, and I heard this really got my goat. This was not people celebrating in the crowd, because Charlie Kirk was at their school. That doesn't happen on a college campus. We're not a bunch of gunslinging hillbillies on a college campus. It was not an accident. It was well planned out. The gun they used, the position they took, the shot he took. That was a professional. That took money. Somebody paid for that. That's pure evil. The power of this country is ours. And we shouldn't be scared to walk around worried about if we're going to offend someone with our words. They are words. We were taught as children, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And now we're walking in a sea of sissies who, if their feelings get hurt, somebody gets physically hurt. That is BS. That is unfair. That is dirty. And that is how they are treating us. These are the traps we're being put into. These are the ways we're being silenced. I took a gander around the internet. I wanted to know how the other speakers were taking this. All of Ben's speeches coming up have been canceled. So now did they just totally annihilate the fact that we can approach our college kids with knowledge? Because now it's just going to be too dangerous? Does that mean the colleges get to go back to teaching the kids what they choose and nobody's to know or see or say anything otherwise? Because what? It's too dangerous? This didn't stop nothing. We are angry. Understand, yes, we are angry, but we are not scared and we are not quiet. That won't change. We have had enough of this power trip where they can take lives, scatter fear, and get their way. It's an evil way. And it's good versus evil at this point. I don't even see color. I don't even see party lines anymore. I just see good and evil. And the evil just keeps coming. And it's not going to stop. As long as we keep turning the other cheek and finishing it in prayer. Prayer, yes, I absolutely pray for the strength and the comfort of Charlie's family. There's 2 children out there that are going to miss out on a wonderful father.
Facts.
A wonderful man.
Facts. Right there.
They didn't deserve this.
Right there.
They didn't deserve this. It's not fair to them at all. If you come at me with, well, she married him, well, he stuck his neck out there, well, shut the fuck up. It was free speech. He gets it, I get it. I don't care what y'all thought his opinions were. I don't care if you liked his opinions or not. If you didn't, shut the fuck up today. That's what I want. I want you cackling Dems that are celebrating this to shut the fuck up. This is serious. These are people's lives. Not your money. Not your paycheck. Not your stolen stock money. This is a human life. We are humans. When did y'all stop being human on the other side of the aisle? When did you start wishing death upon those that didn't agree with you.
That, Christina, that's how I got Mouse to relate to this conversation. I took Mouse out of the political realm yesterday and asked her this question. If you was married to him, how would you feel? And she told me, oh, I would tell him it's over. We ain't. Then I was
Yeah,
like,
I
then
said
they win.
we would have a
Yep.
conversation about, is this worth it? And Avery's absolutely right. That's the fucking definition of terrorism.
I was like, then Mouse, they won.
Absolutely.
If an incident can make you stop speaking, they won. The definition of terrorism. That's why I was like, Mouse, go on and say what the fuck you got. Get that shit. Don't.
Am I tore up? Yes. Is this personal to me? Probably so. I've always looked at Charlie. He's so much like my kids. In fact, he has the exact same first name and middle name as one of my children. When I see him out there being noble, being brave, being educated, educating others, almost like a mother, I was so proud of that. And the kids were responding to him. They were trusting him. They were listening to him. And all I could see was, honestly, guys, all I could see was my son out there. And as a mother, that just infuriates me. He wasn't hurting anybody. All he did was rattle feelings that maybe some people didn't like.
And isn't that what every parent want their child to do? Don't agree with people say. You go out there and you challenge people thought. That's what I brought to Mouse. No, you tell them how that shit made you feel as a mom. Because that mom is bringing sons just like that. So now you see why it's personal. That's why I'm like, Mouse, you keep that fire. You get that shit out. Because
be
they
honest.
need to know.
As a mother, Charlie Kirk was the ideal son that would have made you proud. So proud. Smart, Christian faith, strong Christian faith, a beautiful family. For what? Your feelings? Your feelings. Everybody else has to suffer because you had feelings. You didn't like it. You want it your way. Charlie Kirk was teaching us how to get along, how to speak to one another without the violence, without the anger, without the hatred. He was never hateful to anybody. He was very respectful. If he embarrassed you, it was because of you. He only showed you were thinking backwards. And most of all, this man, I got to hand it to him. He even stood for saving our babies. He believed in that. That life started at conception and should be protected. He believed in that. He believed in right and wrong. And to think society would put someone up to taking that away is ridiculous. Be terrorized by this? No. We can't be quiet. We can't be scared. I hope that Ben finds a new way to keep reaching his crowd. I hope every young and old individual out there that ever had the pleasure of sitting and listening to Charlie Kirk speak, I hope you become him. I hope you teach like him. I hope that Charlie's movement echoes through every household. That there are 1,000 Charlie voices come in his place. But this was a line. He wasn't a political person. He didn't have power. He never hurt anybody. And y'all still saw him as a threat. That speaks volumes to me. I am very proud at knowing that yesterday when I got the news, all of my children called me. They wanted to talk about it. Those are my kids. He reached my kids. He reinforced to my children what I was teaching. And they trusted him and believed him and adored him. I'm proud my kids will move forward knowing he existed and being able to go back and listen to all the videos that are still out there. Thank God they're on video, that we can listen to his words over and over and over, that we can pass them on to our kids, they can pass them on to their kids. But we're not going to shut up. We're not going to sit down. We're not going to cower in fear. Whoops.
My bad. Hey,
I
hey,
was looking
just
for something. There it is.
y'all just saying that's the second part. Like if y'all got any question about guns, I just wanted Mal. I told her she need to get her shit. I told her to cook. I got her back. All my allegedlys and I
I got
got
to
her.
get it out or I'm going to
Yep.
do it every 5
Yep.
minutes.
Yep. I told her get that shit out. They need to hear it. They need to know how. But
But here's where I'm going to be shitty today. If I hear you laugh or celebrate this, I'm going to come at you and tell you to shut the fuck up. How's that for free speech?
just saying, I was ready to cook, y'all. Told her to cook. Pause. That's the sniper. That's the next part. Y'all got anything? I just wanted Mouse to pew 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 pew.
Yep. And I agree with this. This goes to the shooter. Whomever you may be, we will find you. You are a coward. You failed a mission. You hid in the shadows. You pulled a trigger and you ran. That's not justice. That's a coward. You feared his words because they're stronger than your bullets. You silenced him. You proved his words have power. You didn't kill his voice. You amplified it. You didn't end the movement. You grew it. Charlie is our fight, and we will never back down. If you didn't know Charlie, God bless the internet that he'll always be there. He was a good man. And no, he didn't deserve this. The world didn't deserve this. All right. I'm done. Now let's get on with this.
What's up, MGTOW? Yeah, I was letting little Mouse.
Hey, Miguel. You
Hey,
missed around.
hey,
I can
she ain't done. Y'all, she a woman. She ain't done. I'm finna go get some coffee. She ain't done. Because I know when we get into the conspiracy of it, and signs and caliber and placement, and that's a whole segment that's going to ruffle deep government, deep state. Like Mal said, is it Democrat allegedly? Is it Israel? Is it Mexico? Is it cartels? Like, this part is where everybody get involved. So that's why Mouse is saying, if you laughing at this shit and you say some, she gonna cut your throat up. She gonna cut your throat. What I make that?
Hey
Hey,
guys.
you got YouTube up? You got a echo.
Yeah, hold on.
It's absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to stop and say this was some angry person in the crowd that just lost their stuff. Just lost their shit. Just, one day after out. That ain't what this is. I'm not going to believe that's what this is. Ever.
What's up, MGTOW? Which thoughts
Hey
did
there,
you
brother.
want to tack on the I ain't gonna say a word, the deletion, or
Yeah.
what happened? Like, yeah, on you, dog. Go ahead and talk.
I have been on several panels between yesterday and right now. You know, it there has clearly been a line drawn in the sand in this culture. There are people out there that have made up their minds that they are going to show the Republicans, the right wingers, that they're going to kill them because they don't like what you have to say, because truth is a painful mirror in their face that they can't look at themselves and do some reflecting. We live in a time where people, as the Bible would call it, the conscience of man is seared with a hot iron.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the fact, and I said this last night on somebody else's stream, the fact that you can't even look somebody in the face that you disagree with and come to a mutual understanding that you just don't agree and walk away with respect for one another is a lost ability in this culture. You know, the fact that you can go on a college campus these days. And need I remind people that college used to be a place where you exchanged, which is the very thing that he was doing.
A place of education.
It used to be where you went to challenge people's thoughts and opinions and ideas because you were getting ready to go out into the real world where that was everywhere, every day.
Preach.
Yep.
And so the fact that we are now living in a time, and it's now been painfully made aware to us that these places where that used to be common is no longer a safe place to do it anymore. We've got problems. We've got problems in this country. And if they'll do it at the college campuses, and I've seen them do it at churches, I've seen them do it at people's homes, they'll come for you anywhere.
Anywhere. In the wide open.
I asked both of you this question. I asked Mouse this question back there. So I'm going to ask you, MGTOW, first.
Sure.
How do you think this changes moving forward? Politics, how you address it, or even how I asked Mouse, not again, or I'm about how does that make you feel? Like, how going forward? Because this is what I was asked. How is this changing you moving forward? Angry, pissed off? You're going to do what? What?
Sure.
That part.
Sure. It emboldens me. This has done nothing but embolden me to continue to speak the truth a lot louder. Because the fact that they've shown their hand, that they're afraid of what people like Charlie had to say, only proves to me that they're cowards.
Facts.
with weapons. It has done nothing but embolden me to stand more firmer now on what I believe than ever before. It doesn't make me run and hide and scared and want to, I'm sorry, don't come shooting me. No, no, you have to understand the people we're dealing with. They're cowards. Folks, they can't even handle a direct conversation about things they disagree with everybody.
Exactly, because he was never a physical threat to anybody.
Right.
Just words.
We're talking about straight pure cowards. These people are scared of differing opinions. They're scared of people having the right to protect themselves with weaponry. They're scared of people having the right to worship their God in church openly in this country. They're scared of having to use the same bathroom as the gender they were born as.
And they're scared that the kids are going to be smarter than they are.
Yes. Look, there were a couple of things with Charlie that me personally I don't agree with. I didn't agree with. But as a man in this culture, I can mutually respect the fact that we disagree. It's as normal. I told those people last night on this other stream. I said it's normal. It's normal to disagree.
Exactly.
It's supposed to be that way. We're not all supposed to agree with one another about what's going on. We're humans. Everybody's different. That's why we're so unique.
But I think we'll all agree that free speech is a right.
Yes.
And our children are off fucking limits. Leave
Yes.
our kids alone.
Yes. Now, I've done streams on Charlie about a few points that he used to believe that I didn't agree with, but you know what? I never wished for the man to be assassinated. He didn't deserve that. Didn't even know he had kids until yesterday. That's the part that really gripped me, was that right there. The fact the man had kids. There's 2 kids right now without their dad. All because some asshole out here in the culture can't agree with him, can't let him live, can't let bygones be bygones and live your life. So you disagree with him to the point to where you want to see him 6 foot under because you're that big of a coward. Because you don't understand what it means to coexist with people in this world that you disagree with. So now the man is 6 foot under against his will. What did you prove to the world? You're not a hero. I've seen people already this morning celebrating this man's death like Jesus Christ came back. Where are we at in this world, folks? Where are we at in the point of history where we're celebrating a man's death that we don't agree with? Where's the moral compass of this culture at when you can sit there and be told that he had children and a wife that's now widowed, and you're sitting there celebrating it, like it's just the greatest thing in the world? Where are we at in this culture?
Exactly.
We have tolerated too much bullcrap in this culture. The tolerance is over. This changes things going forward, because it wasn't just him that passed away. It was the girl just a few days ago on the train that also got assassinated.
Exactly. And this whole mentality that we're just going to sit there and stare at it while it happens. We're not going to get up and defend her. We're not even going to get up and check on her. Nah. Like, what the hell is that? That could have been your daughter. That could have been your sister. But that was somebody's daughter.
We live in perilous times where speaking the truth just might be the last thing you ever do. That is disgusting. It's disgusting.
It is. I agree. When we
Yeah.
can fear you out of saying the truth, because why? If we say the truth, you can't brainwash our kids.
Man,
Okay,
oh man.
let me grab a.
Christina, that's going to probably be part 2 of how did this happen? How did they let it happen? Why was he positioned in a position like that? That's part 2 to. That's why I want them to be able to get this out and be protected and not get a string popped in this. That's why I'm
Sure.
going through a lot of stuff so they can get their shit out.
Exactly. I don't believe that we should be living in a world that you have to hire security and stand behind them to speak your opinion.
On a college campus, speaking his mind, where you're supposed to do that.
Not only that, he allows others to speak theirs. He's never shut down their conversation. He has encouraged it. I mean,
I,
he
I, don't-
really was encouraging free speech on all aspects.
I don't know what else to say. I don't. I don't. I think I've said everything that I've needed to say between the last 2 days.
I agree, but I'm not going to finish saying it.
Well, as far as right, yeah,
I feel like we all have a responsibility to take a little piece of Charlie Kirk and push it forward
yeah,
to protect the free speech of those around us, to protect the children around us from
yeah.
the weird ass education system, from the weird ass Hollywood movement. I agree with that so much, Gigi. I agree with that so much. I say they, and I'm being so vague, but we all know. It's so clear this isn't just someone at a rally that didn't like what Charlie said. This was a planned attack by a group of politicians that felt threatened.
As I said, it has done nothing but embolden me to keep telling the truth. It's not going to stop me from exposing what this nonsense is that we're all living amongst. You
Yeah,
may fundamentally disagree with me, and I know some people do. I know the red pill and MGTOW philosophy is not for everyone. But the point of the matter is, when you boil it all down and you look at not just me, but you look at Kirk, you look at anybody else, they are a human being at their very core at the end of the day. And they believe what they believe for a reason. We don't have to agree on every little thing about each other. And we're not going to. And it's okay. It's nature. It's natural. No two animals out here in the culture agree with one another. That's why they fight over survival. But we're humans. We're better than that.
exactly.
I didn't agree with the man on a couple of key points. But the man didn't deserve to have his whole life taken from him just because somebody out here who was a coward disagreed with him enough to pull the trigger on him. You're a coward, whoever you are.
And whoever paid you is a coward, an even bigger one, because they didn't have the balls to do the dirty work themselves.
Because if you're too weak to sit there and be able to refute what this man used to talk about on college campuses, if you're too weak to sit there and refute what somebody on the sidewalk has to say that disagrees with you, then what kind of person are you? What kind of person are you? What kind of people are we living amongst out here? I told them last night. We're living out here in a culture full of people you don't know what they're thinking and plotting on doing from day to day, living in the house right next to you. They could be plotting something right now, living right next to you. How about those people out here in the grocery stores? How about the people you go to church with, go to the mall with, the doctors? All these people we live amongst that are on edge. Everybody is on edge about something somewhere, about something.
Oh, the Karens, yeah, and it's like Karen on steroids, and they're only getting worse.
I would never, ever think that killing my somebody that I disagree with was the solution, because it's not.
Yeah.
All it proves to the culture who have common sense is that I was too weak and too weak-minded to stand up to their scrutiny. It makes me look like an insect. The man or woman, whoever did it to Charlie, you're an insect. You're weak. You prove to the entire culture that what you believe in isn't worth anything. It ain't worth believing in, because you couldn't refute what he had to say about things. You're weak-minded. What you believe can't stand up to scrutiny, to the point to where you have to physically take someone's life for it. You want to walk out here in the culture and want to kill people for wearing a hat that's red that has MAGA on it? Colors offends people now, but are we surprised by that when you have people out in California killing each other every day over colors? Are we surprised?
I want to play.
What has happened to this culture?
Hold on, let me get set up.
And it ain't just what has happened to the culture. In the last 10 to 15 years, what has really happened to this culture that has burned us to our core, to where we want literal death on people that we just disagree with over minute things? The things that Charlie believed in, even though it's minute details about a lot of stuff, it ain't worth killing the man over. It was just such minute differences that we all have. You felt the need to do what you did. You've caused 2 children, not one. You've caused 2 children, a father and a young one. 31 years old. I'm 36. I remember when I was 31. He was just getting started. Had his whole life ahead of him. Somebody yesterday mentioned to me that he could have ran for president.
I want to show y'all this real fast.
Go ahead.
And I want to show y'all this because it shows y'all Charlie knew the risks, y'all. He knew what he was up against. He not for a second got arrogant about it. He knew he was a target. This is an interview he did a while back, a good while back, with a man named Chad Prather. I don't know if y'all are familiar with him.
He looks familiar.
That is Chad Prather. He's a YouTuber.
I've heard of him.
He's a podcaster. Let's listen to what he and Charlie talk
Kirk
about.
presidency 15 years from now?
No. I mean,
So you sound like me in that regard. People are like, you need to run for something. I'm like, oh, no.
Well, look, I'm having way too much fun. I'm enjoying myself, but this is going to get really nasty. Everyone listen to this. I just hope you understand. Think of the nastiest moment in 2016. they are not going to let this guy get reelected without the most brutal, drawn-out fight. We're going to have the tech companies getting involved.
Yeah.
The media is going to get worse than ever. They're going to be taking down Twitter accounts left and right. They're going to be taking down videos on YouTube. They are going to be coming after us. They're going to be following us in the middle of the night. They're going to be breaking into our houses. You think I'm joking? They are going to be violent. That you will not be able to walk the streets of the MAGA hat without your physical health be put in jeopardy. And I hope it doesn't get that way. I hope that this clip gets unearthed and everything's like wonderful. I hope that the country comes together and we have a beautiful Unitarian healing moment in September.
Perfect lead into the final question. Charlie Kirk presidency 15 years from now?
Yeah. No.
Now you see, Charlie knew. And so pretend like we don't, I'm not gonna. Charlie knew what he was up against. Where did Outlaw go?
Well, I came on. Hold on. There, now maybe it won't echo on me. But I came on and I agree. These people are weak-brained because, like, my literal best friend and somebody that I know would lay down their life for me without question, and I would do the same, is literally my polar opposite. We are stereotypes for what we are. You know, I'm a redneck hick white guy, conservative leaning. My best friend, he's a semi-militant black giant that is very liberal leaning, but we're best friends because of the way we were introduced to each other. You know, there was somebody else that understood both sides and was able to bring us together. And I think that's really unfortunate with the Charlie Kirk situation, is these people are just so weak. You know, what happened? You know, why are they so weak? You know, what's the fundamentals behind them is what I'm wondering.
They have no rebuttal.
Exactly.
They never did.
Excuses. Just a bag of excuses. I mean, the guy spent 3 years on AutoPen. Last administration. We have no idea the stuff that was put out there that we're going to have to go clean up.
Yep.
We don't know what things were put into motion that are in motion right now behind the scenes. But it's going to get worse. I don't think this is where it's not where they're going to stop.
No. I'm sad to say I don't think it's going to end with him. I think it's going to keep going. I think this was just the start of it.
Question for you, since I could be the reporter. When you said you don't think this is the end, do you think more is going to happen?
Yes.
I do, yeah.
I think we're on the verge of literal civil war.
I do. Because you've got, right now, Sydney Sweeney, and I told somebody yesterday, I think it's amazing to me that Sydney Sweeney hasn't been popped off because of how big she's been getting here lately. God forbid, don't want to give nobody any ideas that are cowards. You know, truth is a mirror that exposes every single human being. That's why it's not popular. That's why what I do especially is not popular, because it exposes it gets down to the core and exposes who you really are. That's why that's why they don't like Charlie, because he was exposing a lot of who they already knew that they were deep down.
Yeah. He was exposing the fact we were all being sold up the river.
Yeah.
like commodities, like we might as well have a serial number on our head. We're just money to these assholes.
Mark of the
Our
beast.
life don't mean anything.
I've told people for 4 years, because I've been doing YouTube for 4 years. I tell people all the time, the left versus right, they're both against you. They both are bought and paid for. Now, I never listened to Charlie enough to know if he ever talked about that, but I do know from what I have discovered myself, both sides are highly against you because it's a cabal. But we don't have time to get into all that. But you guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
No, that's part of the second one, because Mouse believe it's certain political party. You believe it's probably foreign or deep state,
Uh,
or do you believe what Mouse believes? See, that's the second part of how it was set up. See, but I want y'all to get y'all shit off. So these might allegedly signs is so they can. I know. See, Gigi.
I'm looking
Yeah.
heavily at my 3-letter agencies, to be quite honest. Oh, the questions. Oh, the questions.
oh yeah.
Now, you know,
Fuck.
I'll admit, like, we still have to understand, going into this event, he is not a president. He is not going to have the whole Secret Service clear the building, clear the water tower, all the things that were supposed, that would be done if a president were showing up to an event. This is a civilian. He wasn't a politician, so he had no Secret Service style security. It was hired security,
Yeah.
right? And I mean, the cops do what they can.
Another thing that they hated about this man that Christians will really, really take note of, and I'm sure is what has pissed them off. He was open about his Christianity.
He was.
He was open about his faith in Jesus Christ in politics. That is so rare in this day and age. And the fact of the matter is, the people that got him, I'm sure that had a lot to do with it. They couldn't stand hearing the man talk about his faith in God as Christ Jesus. You know, it's just something you don't hear in politics anymore, is people's admissions of faith.
That is true. And we are hearing a lot of that just leak out of their mouths these days. They mock God. They laugh at prayer. It's apparent. Nobody's like, are y'all just not paying attention? Like, these miserable people are so comfortable in their evil, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. They're just being blunt with it.
Monsters are shedding their disguises.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I heard Trump wanted a moment of silence. Was it Trump? Somebody yesterday wanted a moment of silence. I think it was in was it the Senate or House, after they got the news of his passing. And the Democrats just kicked up the biggest fuss you ever heard.
Oh, y'all are going to make this political. Oh, it absolutely is.
It is political because the man was assassinated for his political beliefs.
Yeah.
I mean, why else was the man assassinated? Because he cut you off in traffic? Come on, we all know better than that.
Let's be honest. Somebody who agreed with his policies wasn't out to get him. I mean, this is so clear and obvious.
So we have a Senate and Congress, or at least half of them, I don't know how exact many, can't even give the man reverence when he just passed away. The video, I'm going to tell y'all right now, that video that I saw, Jesus Christ, man, nobody deserves to go out like that.
Close your ears, AD.
That is absolutely just ungodly how he brutal.
Yeah.
Only word I know to describe it.
It was. And it was designed to be shocking, gruesome, and a clear message.
You can't even give a dying man reference in the White House. Just stay silent for a few moments. Let people pray. Let people, talk to God and get some comfort about the situation. Can't even do that. Can't even do that.
That's because
By
their ears
golly,
are closed.
by golly, if it had been Kamala Harris, or it had been Joe Biden, or if it had been, Maxine Waters, or one of those other goofy
AOC.
mofos in the White House, you know they would have done it.
Hmm?
Elizabeth Warren,
It's a
AOC.
Maxwell.
AOC, yeah.
Yeah, Maxwell
forbid
would
if-
have gotten off, then
But
they would have been up in arms.
it is the rhetoric from the mouths of these names we just listed off, guys, that got us here. Let's be clear about that. They want to blame it on violent Republicans because they want their guns. And
Yeah,
that's a twist of words.
yeah. Already heard that argument several times from yesterday today too. Y'all ready to have a conversation about gun control? Nope. Sure ain't.
Nope. Should have been 18 more
Sure
rifles
ain't.
headed back at him at that crowd, but there wasn't because of gun rights.
Sure ain't.
Now, digging into the facts and whatnot, I did look it up. What was the policy for gun carrying on this campus?
I was just going to ask that. Is this campus a gun-free zone? That would be the icing on the freaking cake.
I always thought colleges and all were just like elementary schools and high schools, but apparently not. So at the Utah College there, the policy was you could carry a gun around the grounds only concealed. You couldn't open carry. And you could not enter any of the buildings with a gun. Because that was my first thought, who
Yeah.
all was carrying guns at this? Was this somebody, in the crowd? How did a gun get in? How did a gun get in? Well, it was an open, you could carry with a permit concealed. But a rifle? No, I think that's one of those things that stands out in the crowd. Somebody holding a rifle. You know what I mean?
You'd figure, after we went through that with Trump last year, him almost getting assassinated, that rooftops of buildings would be secured at these types of places. But yeah, he wasn't a president, so I don't know how security would have been on a college campus like that.
It would have been as high as the city police. I think there was campus college kind of cops, I believe, there too. But again, they're not going to do what they do when a president comes into an event.
Right.
When a president comes in, they clear a 5-block radius. They're checking, or they're supposed to. Let's not go back to Trump. But they're supposed to be clearing all the high points, the roofs, the rooms, any window facing him. They clear the whole radius. Again, Charlie Kirk, although he was a piece of the campaign, a mere campaign tool, he was not a politician in the fact that he got the whole Secret Service, canvass the area kind of security.
Yeah.
But here, even recently, even more closer to me, the same shit is still happening. We have a gentleman here in town who has always been the guardian of our children. He does the DJing at all the school dances, the school proms. He's always got some business somewhere that's got trampolines or game rooms, but he is like the guardian of our kids. He's got kids of his own. This last weekend, some teenage kids found their way out to his property, and they're vandalizing the shit out of it. They're just tearing shit up. And he confronts them, and they get combative. So he puts his hands on one of them's chest and takes them to the ground to tell him to stop. The kids are recording it. They got it on recording. Guess who got arrested? Not the vandalizers. The man who owned the property who tried to stop them. He didn't point a gun at him. He simply, when the kid got in his face screaming and hollering, he shoved him to the ground.
Wow.
It's no different. This is what we're facing all over the world now. They're finding ways to do this crap to the good guys.
Hey,
if you're too good, you're a target.
They won't let me post it. You're going to have to take it from private chat. They ain't going to let me do it.
Okay.
It was a clear message sent yesterday that it wasn't just Charlie who they wanted to end. They're sending a message to this entire nation that if you're a truth teller, if you're somebody that does not go along with the narrative, if you don't help us vote in the people we want in, if you still believe in that, if you're not trying to help us get universal health care or trying to let trans people cut their dick and balls off.
If you're not on board with putting everybody in a bread line tomorrow.
There you go. And you're on here telling the truth, if you're on here being racist or transphobic in there, but which, we all know now that means everything. The words don't have any meaning anymore because they've completely destroyed any meaning that they had. We're showing you what we're going to do to you. And that's why I say this ain't going to end. This ain't going to end. The people that wanted to see this man dead are celebrating right now, which is the most disgusting thing I have ever seen in my life.
Yes, because honestly, between Charlie and the president, we're not even mentioning who else has been targeted. They have been targeted, senators, governors, House of Representatives. They're being targeted. They're getting death threats. They're being gunned down in their home.
Yeah.
Maybe the mainstream media ain't being as loud about it. And maybe we're not hearing it because it's not our senator or our governor or local to us. Maybe we're not familiar with the governors. But it's happening.
Well, I'm going to tell you, for me, in my humble opinion, I figured this out a long time ago. It's us, the people, versus them, the government, and it always has been.
And how do we fight, guys? How do we fight? Y'all want to know how we fight? And it's going to sound like I'm a broken record. We can't tear the government down like El Salvador did.
No.
We have to start at our local levels. Who is our mayor? Who is he pushing? Who is our sheriff? What are his values? Is he a release, catch and release kind of guy? Who is our chief of police? Who is our city commissioner? Is he pushing the judge to let people go? Is he changing it so sheriff can't arrest people?
Mm-hmm.
This is where it matters. And next year, in 1 year, we have the power to control that. We have the power to say who our mayor is, who our sheriff is, who our governor is, who our senator is, who our representatives are. We have that power. We need to be making sure those that we put in office are worthy of it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God I live in Florida.
You're right below me. I'm in Alabama.
Okay. A couple years ago, I went to pick my brother up from prison, and it was right there at the three corners of Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. Jackson Correctional Institute, I think.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
Tiny little town, but cute. Wish I could have more time. I could have gone down in the caves and stuff, but so what? But I think we need to have these debates indoors now. No more outdoor shit. It's easier to control a building than it is an area.
I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing that needs to stop is the Democratic rhetoric that is amping this up. People out there screaming, get violent with the mega hats. Don't take, stop the rhetoric, Dems. You cannot stand there any longer and say that this ain't at least your fault by what's coming out of your mouth.
I'm gonna tell people this, and I have said this for as long as I can remember. The people that we call Dems and Republicans in this system, they have long since abandoned those titles. You are dealing with tyrants on both sides in the political spectrum, and you're dealing with tyrants that follow them. Did Army vet leave?
He'll be back. And I agree.
You know, the days of classical liberal, the days of classical conservative, the days of classical Democrats and classical Republicans, those days are gone. Those days are long gone.
That old Webster's dictionary definition of what a Republican is and what a Democratic is, those no longer apply. So Army vet keeps asking me this one question, and honestly, guys, it's like the woman debate. What is a Democrat? Not like what is a woman? What is a Democrat? And today, I just come with evil. Evil. You're either so evil that you know what they're doing and you are supporting it, or you're that damn done.
Mm-hmm.
Right wing, left wing, they're both feathers of the same bird.
I don't get
That's
how
exactly
anybody encourages the destruction of their country the way today's Democrats are behaving. Like they have no sense. Like, let's give everybody free shit and make the people work and not get paid for it. We'll get it all from the people that work. This thing about we can be a woman, a man, whatever the fuck we choose to. No.
It's the old adage, if we can't have what we want, we're going to take everybody with us. So they're willing to destroy this entire nation and everyone else's way of life if they don't get what they want. That's who you're dealing with in a nutshell, the mentality.
And a society who's all of a sudden, because we've never dealt with this in society before, but now we live in a society where if one person has emotions or feelings, that the only way to deal with it is to smear it all over innocent people.
Yep.
Hence the school shootings, the mass shootings. This is merely a mental person who in their mind believes they are so in pain that instead of dealing with it, they should smear it and share it with a bunch of innocent people that have nothing to do with it. A bunch of innocent children in the school, people in the Walmart party. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Just smear their pain. Like that was something we're supposed to do.
I think the internet has brought out a lot of bad in people, unfortunately.
As society, I can't blame that on the internet. I don't know. I mean, I can't say the internet has given us these ideas because we still have the ability to think logically. It blows my mind that there are people in this world, people in this country that are for the destruction of our country, that they will support the ideas they know will destroy this country, like shutting down free speech, controlling abortion, demanding that schools can tell your kid without you what they are. It's insane.
Well, the internet is a tool like anything else, but I think the internet has in some ways influenced the thought processes and allowed idiots to expand their ideas, and it's leading to the downfall of the country. It's Internet is same as a gun, same as a car. The guns don't kill people, cars don't cause DUIs, but they give you the ability to make your own decisions and to influence how you do or what you do.
Sure. And it is very much my opinion. I'll say it 100 times. If an insane person wants to smear their pain on innocent people, if they don't have a gun, they'll use a car. If they don't have a car, they'll use a baseball bat. If they can't, they'll use a fork if that's all they've got. But if someone is intent on hurting another person, it's not about the gun.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the intent to hurt another person.
Well, and that's one of the problems with our court system, I think, is they're always trying to prove intent. Well, he intended to do this. Well, he intended to do that. It's not always the case. Somebody may not intend something at the time, but the crime still is committed.
Yeah.
If
I
that
think
makes sense.
it's catch and release with the excuse that, our prisons are full. Well, then build more damn prisons.
But then you have to deal with Namby. Mouse, you have to deal with Namby.
What is that?
Not in my backyard. We need the prisons, but nobody wants to live or work in a prison. So,
Well, number one, you make the justice system stop being a joke. Because right now our justice system in this culture is a joke. When you have homeless people intentionally committing crimes just to get in a prison cell somewhere out of the cold rain, 3 hots and a cot, somewhere to sleep, somewhere to eat,
mm-hmm.
and they're willing to steal, they're willing to stab people, you've got a problem. Your justice system is broken.
Yeah, when we pick and choose who we use it against. When we let rich pedophiles walk because they're rich and prominent in the neighborhood, compared to, old Joe that's broke and didn't pay a traffic ticket. Now he's in there for 2 years.
You have people that are, like I said, you have people that are intentionally like, the criminal system ain't so bad. We'll just, we'll go out here and steal somebody's car or steal something, or stab or whatever, and then we'll be able to get in there and get in the prison, get to work out all day. Ain't gotta pay no bills. Ain't gotta work.
That's
gotta do nothing.
If they get an actual sentence. If they're not, slapped on the wrist and sent back out the door.
Well, that's how broken their justice system is, though. Because, somebody gets 10 years because they have a bag of weed in their car.
Yeah.
But yet, like, last time I was arrested in 2018, my cellmate was a guy that got his 7th DUI in 10 years.
And that's crazy. That's 7 times he committed attempted murder.
Yeah.
I will look at it that way. I am that person. You get drunk, you get behind the wheel, that's attempted murder. You can't sit here and tell me you didn't know that might happen.
Oh, no, Big Dog Ma, I seen your comments. Yeah, you're making me hungry with that buzz. Yeah, I seen that.
I want to say hi to everybody. I haven't really been saying hi to everybody. I was so into the conversation, but LW, Big Dog Ma, DG, Christine, everybody hello to everybody that's joining us today.
Oh yeah.
Hello, everyone.
You new guys, I hope y'all are hitting the like button and sub up. You're always welcome here. It's open discussion. This is freedom of speech. Come up and tell us your feelings.
Well, not only to continue to add on what we were talking about, now you've got a criminal system or criminal justice system that encourages getting more people in here because it's more money, it's more tax dollars per prisoner, right? So it's a business of rotating people in and out and keeping them.
And they run these prisoners according to what's best for the business.
Mhm.
And here's the
Private
thing:
prisons should be shut down, I think.
you're right, for people that wonder, like, why do these folks go on death row for 30, 40 years? Self-explanatory. The longer they stay in there, the more money they're getting off that prisoner. And do
Well,
you
I
think that
want.
all that? Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. But I was going to say, Mouse earlier said about the homeless situation, and that brought to mind what JD DeLay said the other night in one of his live streams. Is like in Oregon, they send buckets of money. Just where's it go? Because he broke it down where like for every homeless person in Oregon, it's like $33,000 a year,
Wow.
or $30,000 every 33,000 every 2 years, maybe. But either way, where's the money going? Because I'll tell you what, give me $33,000, bitch, I'm buying a fucking place.
Yeah. Well, now I don't know what kind of food they eat in prison. That I know from
Shit.
based off what I've heard. Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say. It's not up to par. So that tells me that they are skimping on several details
Oh yeah,
just
you
to pocket that
actually,
money.
even though you go into the penal system, you're paying your way 2 times. The state is paying you per day to be there, each individual,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then you're put on some sort of because remember they've got commissary. They can get honey buns, fudge rounds, Cheetos.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
At extremely extorted prices. Now, myself, I've never actually been to a prison, but I have been to jail plenty of times. And in my county, it's a privately owned jail. Okay. They feed the prisoners on less than $3 a day. Okay. And when you're in jail, if you're found guilty, sentenced to an 1129, because here in Florida, if you spend a year or more, you have to go to prison. So judges like given 11 months and 29 days. As soon as you walk out of an 1129, you've got an $18,550 bill hanging
Yep,
over your head
yep,
because
you
Yeah.
the
get it.
jail charges $50 a day
And
to
what
stay.
happens on that 1129 if you commit another crime?
Oh, they
Like,
add on to it.
oh, they just add on to it. Now the
Yeah.
fines get doubled,
Mm-hmm.
but your 1129 suspended, 11 months, 29 days suspended stays the same. So it
Yeah.
becomes this rotating door.
Well, and somebody asked about the food in there.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now mind you, 100% my personal experience, and this is just what I know to be fact in this particular jail. It may not be everywhere. Okay. But with the disclaimer out of the way, when I was in there, they were really big on starches. You had starch every single meal, and it was to bind you up and keep you from crapping. But when you looked at the meals, because they printed it out every 30 days what the meals were going to be, the one meal you did not want to see was what they called meatloaf. Us inmates, us cons, we called it cat's head. And what it is it comes in this probably 1.5 by 1.5 by 1.5 box that is labeled mechanically separated meat byproduct, not for human consumption.
Oh God.
And when you open it, it's like this gelatinous gray dead flesh kind of gel. And you take an ice cream scooper You scoop out a portion, you drop it in the water, you boil it for 10 minutes, you pull it out of the boiling water, you put it on a cookie sheet, and you bake it for 15 minutes, and it's served to the inmates.
Ugh,
Wow.
mush.
Yes.
And isn't that the same thing we used to send to third world countries for? It was like supposed to be packed with, nutrition and carbs. It was like a mush.
That's crazy.
We actually, when you see, those commercials of, feeding the hungry across the world, and they would show Ethiopia and them feeding them what looked like it was like mashed potatoes or grits.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mush.
Ooh.
And it is a mush. It's supposed to be high in calorie, kind of thing, but it's just a starch.
Well, but for every commercial we see, save the children, whatever. In other countries, they're airing the same commercials about American kids. I shit you not.
I seen a commercial not too long ago about donating to the surviving victims of the Holocaust. And at first it did grab my heart. God, it sucks. And then I had to do the math, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Right? How old would they be, and how many would be left?
Exactly. Like, we got to remember, and I mean, even as infants going in, you're still too young. These people that were too young in the photos to be like, no.
Yeah. Sorry, Anne Frank's already expired.
Yeah. And her kids. Come on.
Right? That's like the Daughters of the Confederacy. What is that? I mean, come on. There is no living relative that is directly connected to the Civil War. Now, yeah, there may be descendants. However, they did not see any actual battles.
Yeah, there's not any, like
Direct ties.
shelters where we're still, integrating him into society. And no.
I totally agree with you, big dog. When we're in trouble, nobody comes to help us. We're left to stand on our own. But whenever there's a disaster somewhere else, yeah, we're first in line to offer money. That being said, though, there was an exception of I forget what event it was, but Russia offered like $30 million or something like that, and whatever administration was at the time refused it.
Very interesting.
You're right, AMC.
That's why I don't believe in the whole reparations argument.
Yep. And that's just pity party looking for a handout. Yes, man. Oh, where's my 40 acres and a mule? Fine, you want 40 acres and a mule? Give them somewhere in like the Badlands where nothing grows, nothing is nothing forever that you know of. Most unproductive land in the country. Give it to them. Let them set up and see what they can do with it.
To people who want a 40 acre and a mule, you're in competition with Bill Gates and China, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Give them 40 acres out in Death Valley. Actually, just give them 40 acres anywhere in California. Shithole that is, Anno State. American in name only.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
California and New York both. American in name only.
Yeah.
Not like the rhinos and the dinos.
So what does that logically tell you? That if you can go through the ancestors and get them to pay, it'd have to come through a government, program. Surprise, surprise, what most everything else comes out of.
No, that was supposed to be what Doge was for, I think.
I can't help but wonder, going forward from this incident, how much of Charlie's videos we will be able to replay. I want to find that out because I want to replay as much of his stuff going forward as I can possibly get away with playing.
Remember the AI done kicked in on YouTube. Remember the processing? That's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know it yet, but you know and I know what's happening behind the scenes. Tech wise.
Oh, I can already tell you the algorithm, AI, whatever you want to call it, is on high alert right now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Anything with the CK in it.
Or his name or his likeness. If you don't have allegedly, they're going to strike your channel.
I can guarantee there's a delay on this one.
Look in your YouTube.
Let me see. Yeah, it's quite a delay. Thank you, AMC. It was so good to see you today. Thank you for coming in.
Have a good one, AMC.
We ain't done yet. We ain't winding down. We're just taking a break. I had to cool the
She had to get it off. Yeah. We got tons of stuff. I got FBI rounds. I even
Shit.
this is behind the scenes. This is like designated political violence, but they knew it was going to happen because this goes all, and I want people. This is part 2, y'all. This is just what we had. This goes all the way back to 2018. When the explosive devices was at the Democratic officials. Then you keep going to Pelosi, January 6th. Then you go to Josh Shapiro's residence. Then you go to assassination of Donald Trump. Then you go to Melissa Harmer and her husband. This has been escalating. So behind the scenes, when Mouse showed me the picture, I was explaining to Mouse, as a shooter a person in the military will not take a shot unless he knows what's behind the target. And it was so creepy as I told Mouse that she got a phone call, which told us this. And I told Mouse, it all depends on his background. If there's no background, any American would take that shot. But if it was surrounded in a crowd, because we know what's behind it. Then she showed me what's behind him, and I was like, Mouse, he's a sitting target.
There's a building.
Yep.
And,
that's like that.
We went back over and looked at the scene. A good investigators always start at the incident and go backwards. And actually, the setup was quite different than Charlie's normal setup. And I think the first thing I noticed when at AV was, wow, it's like a racetrack. He's at the bottom of a bowl.
And what did I tell you? I was like, Mouse, he's a sitting target.
And, looking at the angle, the fact that it wasn't, normally they've got him out on a flat piece of ground, right, under the tent. Usually in the lawn area of the campus. This one was in the concreted area, with the benches and stuff that they have like around back, up against the building. And I have never seen the risers or the bleachers so high, right? I mean, the top of the heads on the bleachers were way above the top of the tent. And just there for a moment, it felt like the same exact setup when they took a shot at Trump.
Mm-hmm. And Mount, I was with, so these are the questions. I was like, he's at an elevated angle. The background was a metal building. Security was facing forward. And the shot came from a distance. And I was telling Mouse, why the fuck would you arrest anybody there when anybody that know a shot from a distance, you would look up and over. Why would you look forward?
Exactly.
So I was like, Mouse, this don't make any fucking sense what's going on.
So
Well, that one camera showed that, the angle and everything. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you that one angle I saw, man. Oh my god,
200 yards, big dog, or roughly 600 meters.
But that what Mouse told me this though. She researched, let me check, were guns allowed in the area? Then you add death threats. Then you add that area, college students. The first thing I said was why it wasn't bulletproof around him, because the threat is coming from forward. The threat is come, but this is security. The threat gotta come forward. It ain't coming from that building behind you.
Well, like I said earlier, I mean,
and it makes no sense.
Okay.
Like I said earlier. Oh, go ahead.
How do you? And I can't confirm this. I've gone back and forth, so I cannot confirm this. But rumor has it he may have been wearing a bulletproof vest at the time that was something Charlie did under his t-shirts. You feel threatened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which would make sense. He probably did. Which would explain why they didn't take a normal assassination shot, why it was from the neck up, because it was exposed.
I'm coming from military. If they did that to Trump, why wouldn't you think they'd do it to him? And what MGTOW say, they'd do it to anybody.
Anybody.
Well, and I mentioned this yesterday, and I think I mentioned it here a while ago. We've already seen that the rooftops is a place to start having top security on when these places are, having people there that are speaking for whatever side, right? President, political figures, whatever. We've already seen what happens when you don't patrol rooftops of these campuses with Trump. And now again, like I said, I don't know what type of security that college campus had.
None.
But you would think now we've got two instances in this country, less than a year apart, of rooftop shootings.
Mm-hmm.
So now, going forward, if they don't start patrolling the tops of the rooftops along with everything else, you'll know something's kind of up, something's fishy.
At what distance?
I don't know.
At what distance? Remember what Mouse said at the beginning. He wasn't a politician.
Right.
He's just a regular dude. How much money can you clear, we as men, an area that you'll be safe that a sniper, 200 yards is a football field, 2 football fields. How far?
Yeah.
So what Mouse was saying to everybody, unless you have security, our free speech is under fucking attack. Like, I don't care who he is, and understand 200 yards, you don't have free speech now. It's what MGTOW said. At what distance now?
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
That's crazy. That's
I
why the
think
military in me is scared, because we have hunters that can do that. We have crazy people that can do that. We ain't even said how Mal said FBI, CIA, NSA, anybody that believes against. Now, if 200 yards isn't safe enough, how fucking many yards can an average citizen afford? That's crazy. Free
Uh,
speech.
Gutters Pub, I'd mentioned earlier that they should have moved to indoors where they could control the area a little better.
and the thing is, even at what we're talking about can be compromised, because if the security team is in on with whoever is planning to assassinate whoever, it does no good for them to patrol the tops of the roofs or the campuses or whatever. Like with the Trump case, I still believe there's a lot more to that than meets the eye. And Kimberly Cheadle was the clue. Wouldn't say a word. She was asked direct questions, wouldn't say anything. That's how I knew something was up.
Mm.
I don't know. The only two people that I know that still do the college campuses thing is Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro. Other than them, I don't really know of anybody else that does that college tour.
Am I back?
hmm
Man,
And
they
I
got
highly go ahead.
There you go. She back.
they
And
got
I
me
highly
back.
sorry.
They got my internet.
Yeah. And I highly doubt they'll go after Ben Shapiro, because he's in my opinion, he's part Israel. They're not going to shoot him. I don't want them to shoot anybody. I'm just saying. I don't know about Crowder. I don't know. Charlie was kind of the last, one of the last ones I knew that was doing the college campus stuff.
I need to jump down now, guys.
Heck yeah, man.
Now she there?
Man, they are messing with me so bad.
What? I told you.
Pop my internet right out, man.
Hold on.
Check that shit out.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, everybody. I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. Let me throw my other
Reset.
stuff on. How do I?
Let me reset.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Boy, they got me. Reset my internet.
I got you. I had you.
There he goes. Okay.
I got it. Shit.
Phew.
I got it. I carried it. Shit.
Thank
Allegedly.
you, I'm sorry.
Fuck.
I think I just got pinged. What do you think?
Let me stop showing that dude picture. Allegedly, y'all.
Allegedly.
Let me keep this shit up here. God damn.
Oh my goodness. They didn't like that, did they?
Woo.
Hey, YouTube, bite me. This is Freedom of Speech Day. You can't shut me up. What was it? Power in numbers?
No, it's called that AI is working overdrive. It's the same, and a lot of people don't know, but it's the same when Trump was first and everybody had the video and everybody was getting struck for talking about pot. Same thing, but the AI is in overdrive because now they're doing hashtags, face likeness, and they like the AI has really been in there. So they don't want you to come on as a rant. They want you to know that it's your thoughts, your feeling. But I wanted Mouse to be able to go, so that's what you see to change it.
Yeah. Good
Little
morning,
4 foot,
Gigi.
little 4 foot Steph been raging.
4 foot nothing. Good morning, Gigi.
Good morning.
Oh shit! Oh God!
Yeah, you better watch
Ah!
yourself.
God
son.
damn it! I got to go pee again.
You just peed down your leg, didn't you?
A little
Gonna
bit.
get
I
him
think he
some
did a
briefs.
little bit.
So I don't have my headsets on, so I'm listening to it through the headsets that are hanging on my mic. Well, I straighten my hair, so
Okay. All right.
if
Well,
I
that's
miss something,
good.
sorry.
You sound like a female devil in my house, woman. Be gone.
You just wait.
We are multitasking.
That's right. I got to get this done. I was supposed to go get my grandson, but my son called me and said he's going to get him. So I said, okay, fine.
Awesomeness. news.
And MGTOW said he has fat fingers. Well, that might be more information than we really wanted to know.
I better stop running from these
I mean,
Republicans.
are you giving exams or what?
Gigi sound like somebody threw her in a tunnel.
Oh, sorry. I'm on echo. Why didn't you tell me?
It just sounds so cool. God,
It
Gigi,
does.
you
It
scared
sounds
the
cool.
shit out of me, girl.
You sound like God.
Here. It sounds like God.
See
You
Big
guys
Tom?
didn't know she was female, did you?
See
they
Big
do
Tom?
now.
I told you she was a female.
Big
No.
Tom. Her voice sounded like your character.
Right, right.
When
I'll
God made
I'll do the
man,
voice
she
of
was
his
already
character.
talking.
From here on out, I'm doing the voice of his character.
It sure looked like she was talking down to me too. I was getting
I
scared.
know. It feels like I was a principal's office. Wah, 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 wah.
Go
I
ahead and
can
cook
do
me,
the
Gigi.
voice of Mouse's character too.
Now I need a fucking gummy.
I can get I can get as low as
Oh, I'm done. Now you sound like one of the things you hate.
Sexy.
What the fuck you doing?
Sexy.
The fuck you creating this shit?
I tell you, it's just
This little button,
You
right?
fucking my eye.
We're
Hey,
gonna get.
Baby,
We're
Big
gonna
Tom,
get.
is this why you fucking ran? Is this why you ran? You knew this was coming.
Big Dal knows. He knows.
yeah, he knew. He's like, you know what? She's about ready to get off here. I think I need to get me some fat fingers and get the hell out of here.
She ain't even halfway through. She got 2 more sectors to go on shit. Crazy. Y'all haven't even figured out is this CIA, deep state? How did he get there? Why do they let him go? I know that's what Gigi's saying. Fuck the police. I love that shit, y'all.
Fuck the police. I'm so done with their bullshit. Fucking clean up after it's all over with. Let's make them heroes. Fucking bullshit. I'm sick of it. I am. I'm totally sick of it. They ain't. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time seeing the hero part of it when you show up afterwards. When the person's already dead and gone and cold, yeah, it's kind of defeating the whole purpose, isn't it? I mean, let's just call them collectors. That's what they are.
Yeah.
They aren't trained for this.
They're coming
Uh-oh.
through.
I chased. Sorry, Outlaw. I wasn't meaning to chase you off. Really wasn't.
Did you just not notice you chasing me?
Now he's got to take Pops to the doctor. He ain't pregnant.
Scared
He's
both
fine.
of them. Scared both of them.
Every time you take him there, he's going to come back with bad. Just don't do that. Why you keep doing that? Just kidding. I'm sure Pops needs to go see the doc.
Yeah, don't get me ranting on doctors today, too.
Oh, don't get me
Shit.
ranting on him. My husband, I've been encouraging Marvin to go to a naturopath doctor because he had that double hernia surgery and he still has swelling in that area. And it's like, what in the hell is going on? It didn't swell like that before. It's even worse than it was before his surgery.
Wow.
So I had him go to a naturopath doctor and they were like, oh, let's have you get an MRI. So they did an MRI and found that he had artifacts in there. Now they're wondering if those we call them artifacts. That means, ooh, the doctor forgot to take all the shit out that she was
Wow.
playing with in there.
Oh my gosh.
And now it's causing
Extras.
swelling.
So, Gigi,
Wow.
let's hear your rant.
Oh shit! Back to my allegedly and my freedom of speech. Let's go,
Oh.
Gigi.
I'm
I need.
not sure
I'm
we.
Shit, girl, I'm ready.
StreamYard already hates us. I'm not
Shit.
sure.
I don't even
They
care.
hate.
We
They
are
hate my ass.
Free Speech Thursday. They can fuck off.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Oh, get back to my
I'm
lid.
so frustrated. I
tell
don't
you,
even, I mean, I just don't. It's so much. Hey, AV, did you see about the jet that took off an hour after the shooting? Oh, well, you might want to go look that up. Tail number N888KG. He left an hour after the shooting, disappeared on radar a few minutes into flight, and then came back, headed back to Parvo, whatever, how the hell you want to pronounce that place. An hour later, popped back up on screen. An hour later, headed back in.
That's when you're a jump. If this was that a CIA op, once it went there, you turn off your transponder. The person jumps out. You turn it back on. Then you're like, oh, where he at? No, I'm just me and him. So you'll never. You see what I'm saying? If this was CIA, but that's the part two. I get what you're saying completely.
Well, and if you look
100%.
it up, like when we looked up the EN numbers regarding the aircraft, it has the owner is the tail number. Never seen that. And let me tell you what, we've looked up a lot of aircraft in our life. Never seen it be the tail number is the owner. So tail number N888KG LLC. That's the owner of the aircraft. Really strange. Their address is a business right there. It's actually right behind a Mormon church. I just happened to notice that when I looked it up. Just really weird. That whole jet thing, I think that's how he got out of there.
Okay. I'm going to just ask you, Gigi, you know where, like that private jet, would you know where the transponder is?
You mean well, kind of, yeah. If you're talking about the transponder that's under the dash?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you had an agent that knew how to take that off and put it on another jet to resemble that one.
Well, you definitely could. I mean, I'm sure you could. I'd have to ask Marv for sure on that because he's the mechanic, but I have a feeling that you could definitely. They can turn them off, and that's what they did. That's what makes me very leery. Usually when you're in the air, you don't turn off that because that lets everybody know where you're at. I mean,
And
you put yourself at risk when you do that.
Who uses that? Who uses this tactic between Cuba and Florida? And why would they use that tactic between that? What do they drop off between Cuba and Florida and turn off their transponders?
Drugs.
So what do this look like? This is
I don't think it's drugs at all.
Tactics.
They want it to look like that way? Well, they done fucked up because it's an hour after the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's in a million years going to go, oh, they're loading up cocaine. That's what they're doing, man. They're getting it. The first thing they're going to think is, who's on that aircraft?
The tactics. The tactics is you turn that transponder when you want to dump something, either a body or parachute, and you come back, but you don't know where I dropped him off. And by the time he's gone. Like he gone.
Gone with the wind.
Mm-hmm. He know where his getaway vehicle is. That's
why I said that we need the pilot. Mm-hmm. I want the pilot. That's who we need. We need him. We need to find out what that pilot. I mean, they've even got radio correspondence with him. Doing his whole "we're headed out of blah blah blah" whatever.
Mouse, have airports been hacked?
I believe so. That's my theory.
Let's go, people.
Well, you remember, Gigi, we did this together. The Black Hawk that hit the commercial plane,
Uh-huh.
and you know how we dialed it back on the timeline. And remember, we found the discrepancy lied between the tower and the Black Hawk,
Mm-hmm.
and that they didn't actually know where the Black Hawk was. The Black Hawk was about 200 yards ahead of where the tower had it, because remember they said, once you get over the bridge, drop to 200 feet and fly under that plane.
Mm-hmm.
But when he said that, they had already been past the bridge. So they were not where the tower had them. So do I believe there's some hacking going on? I do.
But the tactics Gigi is saying remind me of South American tactics of turning the transponder off mid-flight.
Well, and if you hear the pilot's voice, that's kind of where you would think. Trust me.
That's what I told Mouse. That ain't
Sorry, not a racist remark.
See, y'all, I'm stressed.
It takes me about 5 minutes to stress AV out.
Gigi,
I
what you just said, I told Mouse before we went on the air. I say, don't be, and you just confirmed what I just said, but I knew this all. Yeah.
It is Voice Our Opinion Thursday.
Yes, this is opinion and allegedly and gummies.
Absolutely get our opinion.
I'll be right back. I got to grab coffee.
Absolutely.
God damn.
Love you, Gigi. You can come back up. Outlaw, she's busy for a minute. Any of y'all can come up, really. Link is pinned to the top.
I calmed her down, y'all. I got her good. Damn, I didn't expect her to say that shit. Fuck. How the fuck she find that out? Well, I didn't. Be quiet, Miles. You put it together.
You underestimate the Gigi. She is one of us. Come on.
I get it, but just to confirm what I knew to you before, I know this is like, oh shit.
And that's the beauty of it. You know,
saying it without saying it, Christine. Yeah.
I don't think any of us Republicans share exactly the same every view. I think there are views that we all share, and there are some we don't, and we're okay with that.
Yeah.
We're okay with that.
Oh, yeah, Christine. It's getting deep, girl. Because if you add on what happened on the 3rd of September, never mind. That's a whole different show. See what I'm saying? I'm being quiet. Chill.
Yeah, that's
damn, Gigi got that one.
Don't give away our shows.
Gigi got that one. Thank goodness I didn't reveal half this stuff I knew. That girl would have put that shit together quick.
You know, one of the other things that I'm questioning is where was the ambulance? Where were the EMTs? Where were the paramedics? Usually when you have a anything like that, over 1,000 people, for criminy sakes, they would be there. No, I mean, the security guard or his security is the one that carried him to the SUV. That strikes me as really strange that all these, you had all these people in one area and no ambulance anywhere near. I think that's strange to me. Am I talking in the wind?
I'm listening.
So I just think that's really weird. I mean, normally there's a protocol for that. You're supposed to have, I don't know how many people it is that once you get so many people in one area, you have to have an ambulance somewhere.
I think I think LW, like a football game, it has to be outside of the stadium or away from everyone. It can't be like right on the football. It got to be away from it. I think it's something like that. Like I think in this
Like
also
football games, all those things. It's not
Yeah,
just
yeah.
politicians.
I think they're paid. Yeah, you're right. G. I think they're paid to be
I
there.
just, but they're supposed to. I know there's some kind of protocol that goes along with if you have, like, I've put events together, and I know there was a number. That if we got over that number, if we felt like there was going to be more than that, that many people, we had to call the ambulance and the firefighters, and they had to be sitting around waiting in case something went down. So I think it's kind of strange that there was but you'd have thought they'd have been like somewhere around there. I mean, there's tons of kids there too on top of it. I don't know. It just seems really weird to me, especially for, a time like that. Mouse's internet's messing with her again.
Yeah, dude, they on fire. Like before we came on, they was giving her a message saying, as of today, all videos will be processed late. So to me, as that, it told me now they're going to process, and the AI is watching voice, allegedly because of this, just like they did the Trump situation, to excite violence. So if they see it, they're gonna flag it, and that's why that's why y'all seeing a lot of this. So we'll get
Call me tube, suck ass. Okay, just suck a big fucking dick.
they working overtime today.
Mhm.
Overtime.
Yeah. Well, you just go right ahead, call me tube, because I mean, it's not like we don't have other avenues. If we have to, it will take our shit. So keep going. Sons of bitches.
Yeah, that's what I was, and I asked Gigi. It was an alert that went out to all politicians to not do public speaking. And I asked Mouse, and I asked you, does this change how you understand politicians probably won't be able to be touched unless it's an inside environment as of 2025? This is just how you move forward now.
Well, I never wanted to touch a politician to begin with, so it really doesn't matter. But
like somebody you like, or would want to, like, hey, I want to go meet her. Now it's going to be inside of a building, metal detector.
Is it really though? I mean, come on, Trump. Look what happened with Trump, and I mean, they didn't change nothing. They changed nothing. They didn't even check the buildings. And I know he's not a politician. I know all of that, but he is very closely connected to the politic world. He's very much in the middle of it. So, and I know he doesn't have Secret Service, but you would think he had a lot of security there. You would think that they would have checked out those buildings, went, yo, we're going to come over, check out your buildings, make sure, could you not let nobody on the roof while we're doing our little get together here? Could you possibly just keep that clear? I would have thought that would have been things that would have been discussed, given the fact that it was, they knew it was going to be a big event with the way they had it set up, with the way they didn't have him in the middle. They had him at the side of it so that he could see out to the rest, and everybody else could see into him. That's not, Mouse is right. They don't normally set it up like that. He's usually in the middle of it, and he wasn't. He was on the outside. So it just seems strange to me that he would, that they would have checked those areas.
Right. His positioning was different. The way they had the bleachers so close to him was different. The way they had him in the bottom of the bowl was different.
Your audio different, Mouse.
I know, I'm on my phone. I'm waiting for my internet.
I ain't getting you, girl.
They're just messing with you left and right, Mouse.
I told you. I'll take it. I stop me now.
That Mouse is.
Oh.
They got her. Yeah,
now she's in twice.
They killing her. Oh, this is hilarious. Come, keep fighting, Mouse. Fuck that.
That's right.
Me and Gigi is here. We got you.
That's right.
I'll say just like this.
Girl, you got echoes now.
Hey, wait. Oh, Lord.
Mouse?
You echoing
There
like.
we go.
That's
there you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness,
You
Mouse.
still have, I don't know. You got yourself backstage just in case, huh?
Yeah.
That's good. I'm gonna keep myself back here in case I lose myself out here.
Oh, I'm going on mute and eating a gummy. I wish I could be in the chat laughing at this shit.
I don't know. I got to tell you, it's pretty disheartening. There's not many things that, I mean, I can be a ball baby, but this definitely took me to tears in a quick hurry. I mean, when I first heard that he had been shot, the first thing I thought was, oh, he'll be all right. You know, he shot in the leg, shot in the arm, something like that.
Right.
Then Traveling Fools sent me the video, the video. And when I seen that video, and then directly after I seen that video, a thing came up from I don't know, from one of the news outlets saying that he was critical but stable. No, he's not. Have you lost your mind? We just watched what happened. He is so not stable in any way, shape, or form. Stable, what do you mean? Laying on a table stable? Because that's about it. The only way he was stable. That boy was basically dead the minute it hit him.
Pause.
Yeah,
It broke his neck. It broke his neck.
I argued. Like, I argued. The first time it was said to me, I argued, no way.
Yeah, me and Mouse,
Nobody's targeting him.
we reacted to this live together. Live. Like background checks on where the dude was, the sniper, the round, we did this live. It was crazy.
It was weird that my real crowd knew to call me. They knew I would be affected. They knew I would have feelings about this, and like I was the first person they thought of. And they did that. I mean, they called me immediately, and I started. You can ask AV. He was in the background. I started screaming, no.
Say it. This ain't true. This ain't true. This ain't true. No. Yeah. And I'm like, oh shit. So yeah. But then I really tapped into it. I was like, you tell me how it is as a mother to lose a son, because as Christian value, I said to Mouse, this is more of a tacked on Christianity values than politics. She was like, no, it's more. And I was like, yeah, but look what it did to the hearts and minds of mothers. It fucking hurt.
Oh my God.
You see what I'm saying? That's terrible.
It's
and
weird
what was
to
your
say, but
there you
I
go.
do. I've got children, Charlie Kirk's age, and I see that. And then, sharing the name with my youngest one, I've always looked at Charlie as, man, that's the perfect son. You know what I mean? That was a home run right there.
Well, I have to say, there were things I did not agree with him about, but he was still a really good person. And there's no other way to put it than this is totally political. Whether he was a politician or not, his death was totally out of,
The only thing Charlie Kirk was hurting was the liberal mindset. He didn't hurt anybody's job. He didn't cancel culture. He didn't sue a bunch of people. You know what I mean? He had no power over anybody.
Yes, he did.
Who?
Mothers. Welcome to terrorism. This was an attack. I get him, but have you realized how this has hurt mothers and fathers and Christian men? And
yes,
that
yes.
that is
Charlie
that
Kirk.
is a strike directly in America's heart.
But I mean, the only thing Charlie Kirk was affecting was the liberal mindset.
But who did it hurt?
Apparently, the liberals.
Mm-mm.
We all know who.
Privately, what touched you is what you told me. Your son brought this up to you. I need to talk to you, Mom.
Oh, yeah. when my third one came home, I had him at the door. I'm ready to have this conversation. I'm trying to figure out how to start it. And he hits me with it. Did you
And
see it, Mom? Did you see what they did?
and
And
how old is your son, Mouse?
he's 22.
There you go.
22, but I got to see Charlie reached my kids. I'm proud of that. But to take that away from our youth, that angers me all over again. Like the president, it's a thing. We know that in the back of our head with every president. It's not completely out of the question that, that they get attempted assassination attempts, on them. This president. Or even a high-powered political figure. But he was not. He was an opinion. He was a voice. And that was too much for them. Like that, the pictures, watching it as a mother in that exact moment, every time I watched it, I was enraged. Fucking raged. It could have been my kid.
It's about had a heart attack.
And you took him out because of his voice. Just his words were so, so undigestible to you that you couldn't live without taking it. Like, that's insane. It angers me.
So I'm listening. I was listening to you.
Who the hell are the Dems to tell me who I can and cannot listen to? Who are the Dems to decide what voices I listen to? They don't get that.
So I'm listening to you talk, and all of a sudden I hear that emergency. And I'm like, just a second, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just freaked me the fuck out. So
Let's see what it is. It might be important.
No, I did. I went and it was a test. The radio was doing a test. They just scared the shit right out of me. I'm telling you what.
Gigi, you're next. They got you next. See, I'm getting the fuck out of here. My gummy ain't kicked in yet. Oh, just out, which gonna piss Gigi off.
Oh Lord.
Now they're thinking of having armed drones, facial recognition software over events.
See, there goes our freedom.
There we go. I know, Gigi. Calm down. That's
what? Let's do, Gigi.
Ooh, shit.
Because this is going to be the conversation behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Get
ready.
Freedom versus
safety.
Get ready.
Yeah, how much are we willing to give up?
I'm not.
On the front line of the police so she don't trust them.
I don't trust them at all. How can we possibly trust them? Every time you call them, they shoot you.
See?
Hell no, I don't trust them. The other day, I'm sitting at my granddaughter's volleyball game, and I hate the ring. I'm sitting at my granddaughter's volleyball game, and my daughter, she gets a phone call, and normally she don't stop watching the game for nothing. She gets up and walks out of the gym, and then she comes back and she goes, "Oh, that was the cops." And I'm like, "What?" Now, I've trained my kids. You don't call the cops. You just don't do it. And I said, "What do you mean? Why were you talking to the cops?" "Oh, there was a stolen bike outside of my house, so I called them to tell them about it so they come get it." I said, "Are you out of your rabbit ass mind?" "Well, Mom, it was a nice bike." "I don't give a shit if it's plated in gold."
What would you have had her done?
Nothing.
Left it there?
She lives in an apartment complex. Somebody will come back for the bike or they'll steal it. Who cares? It ain't yours. Move on. Do not call and have the cops come to your house. They don't know. What about the time you answer your door, you reach back behind your back because you have an itch and they shoot you because they didn't know. They thought you were going to pull a gun. Do not and don't call the cops. You just don't. And that's why, because shit like that happens. And then, oh, well, guess what? They got immunity. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Sorry you screwed up and you're dead. But, you know, they really tried. They were coming to help. Don't you know? Hell no. You don't call the cops.
I got a question for you, Gigi, on this subject. What LW is saying, I agree. I hate to say it, but I kind of agree. Is it that it's the cops, or is it that qualified immunity?
Well, it's both. Because here's the deal: the qualified immunity gave the cops the attitude they have today, which is they can do whatever they want because they have qualified immunity. They've got immunity. They can do what they want. That's the problem.
Yeah. Y'all don't understand what this auto pen and 10 years pardon is going to do. This is what it's doing.
Mm-hmm.
There will be no repercussions. Even though we can tie it back to them, they have immunity. I mean, we can blast it in the public, exactly who ordered it, how they paid it, show the money trail. And you know what? They've been granted immunity by Biden for 10 years out. Every last one of them. So no matter what they do, no matter what they get caught doing, no matter what they cook up now.
Gigi, funny. Bite that tongue, Gigi.
Oh, it's about bit off, dude.
Scream it, Gigi. Tell them it.
It's just, I don't understand. How much more are we going to put up with? When are we, the people that are sitting here talking, when are we going to be done? When are we going to say enough is enough? First of all, the government's way too big. Trump, all you're doing is building more government. How many more people have you hired? I don't care if it's less than what Biden hired. It's still too many. All those people, all those IRS people he hired, those people should have been the first people pulled. And what did he do? No, we're going to put them in and we're going to make them ICE agents. Oh, well, I'm sure they'll do great with that. Well, hell, you already gave them a gun just to go to somebody's door and ask for their taxes.
For real.
I don't see anything else but the citizens finally saying enough is enough. We're done.
You know,
we are done.
I think that is the sentiment of today. Enough. We have had enough. We've had enough of this going on, and nobody being held accountable for it. And I don't mean just the one that pulled the trigger. I mean every single person that set it up, that made a phone call about it, that knew about it. We've had enough. I think Gigi will agree with me that, just like I've said at the beginning of this is a different line, and they crossed it. They crossed it, and we're done. We're done playing nice. We're done turning, the other cheek. We're done. We're not going to take it anymore.
I hope we're done. I really do. And I know that a lot of people, LW has been one that's been kind of like, you guys can't easy on the Civil War thing, Jesus. Yeah. But here's the deal. What else can we do to make the change? First of all, the first and foremost is government has to be controlled. They're not supposed to be controlling us. We're supposed to be controlling them. We have got to get back to that, and they're too big for that. We have to downsize, and I mean clean house like you've never cleaned before. That's kind of what has to happen. I understand that we have to have some kind of a government to help us. For what reason, I'm not quite sure yet, but I've been told that we have to do that. Okay, so fine, but not at the extent that we're at. I mean, this is why nobody knows what to do, because think about it. Just think about all the laws we got. Not one person I ever met could tell me every law. Not one.
Not even the law itself could quote itself.
There ain't a judge that can tell you all the laws. They can't, because there's too
Exactly.
many. Government helps us pay taxes, right, LW?
And I heard something, and it stuck with me. The government, if they want you to stay away from it, they tax it.
Mm-hmm.
If they want you to do more of it, they subsidize, they fund it. They'll fund it for you. And we keep falling for it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want us to have guns, so they're going to, attempt to tax.
I don't know what to do. I have I don't know the answer, Christine, but I know that what we're doing isn't working.
But our methadone clinics are free. Free.
Yep. And don't forget, they have, what is it? Oh God. Yeah. Say the word.
Narcan.
Everywhere. You can get that shit free everywhere.
And they are so pushing it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because why? Because we've got to save them. Save them for what? I don't mean to be mean, and I don't mean to sound incompassionate, but I almost feel like they're miserable. They don't want to live in that life. They want a different, they're done once they get to that point where they're.
We don't give them help anymore. We give them Narcan in case they OD so they can keep doing it. If they can't afford to do it, then we give them a synthetic form.
Yep.
And we just give it to them. Now they ain't got to chase the guy. They ain't got to steal for the money. They ain't got to do all that.
It really does need to go back to nut houses. I hate to put it like that, but we do need a Crazyville, and we need to let these people, because you know what? I don't believe just because you're crazy you should die. I don't believe that for a minute. But I also don't believe that you should be free to, terrorize everybody else, which is what they're doing. I mean, in this whole process, we don't even go to Portland anymore because it is nasty. Everybody stays away from there. We have a light rail, just like the one that lady was stabbed on yesterday. You think I'm riding it? I'll walk first. I'm not riding it. There are more people on, and you know why they get on there? Well, because in the summer it's hot as hell and they're trying to cool off. Or in the winter, it's raining like cats and dogs out and they'd like to get dry for a minute. So they'll ride it all over. And in Portland, it's free. Light rail's free. So they just, it's basically a homeless ride for all the homeless people. They just ride around all day long, trying to stay warm or cold, depending on the season.
Right.
We can't keep doing this. It would be cheaper to have nut houses and put them in it and take care of them and give them their meds. And, they might actually have a decent life if we did that. They wouldn't all be bent over, drooling. Because right now they are. It's pitiful. But that's just one of the things. There's a whole world with our whole country that's never going to change as long as all. I hate to say it, but Trump, you're just skimming off the surface.
Ask around in society how many drug rehab facilities are government funded, that they can, anybody can go in and the government pay for it. No. But ask for Narcan. Oh, sure. Here. Ask for a clean needle. And here, sir. Like they encourage it. Every program they have set up actually encourages these people to stay addicted to drugs.
Mm-hmm.
instead of saying, you know what, no more clean needles,
Well, it's
no
the same.
more, pacifying them with a synthetic. How about you get clean? How about that? How about do the work?
They do the same thing with welfare, though. They'll give you assistance, but if you go get a job, then they're like, oh, well, no, now you make too much money. We're going to take that away from you. Dude, they just made enough to now buy groceries and pay the bills. Before, when you had them, well, they could buy a few groceries and get some bills paid, not all of them, and they didn't have a car and they couldn't go. Now they went and got a job and bought a car, but you don't like that. So they're obviously, that's too much. So now you're going to take the welfare away. Why don't you let them stay on there for, I don't know, 6 months, whatever it is that you think would be the going time frame for them to get on their feet and be able to get off welfare willingly and on their own, without being.
The new one is what really grinds my gears, even about benefits. They have passed the new bill that, to be on food stamps, you got to be the work program, right? And I agree with that. If you're an able body and you can get a job,
Yep, I
then
love that.
absolutely go work and get your food stamps. But instead of worrying about the younger people, they took it all the way to the top. And that cutoff was at 55 years of age that you had to work to still remain. They've moved it up to 65. So let's keep our, let's keep our seniors down now.
I see so many old people that, they can barely walk and they are a cashier or whatever it is they're doing. But these people are barely able to walk and they're doing it. That's why people that do things like, in the sense, my husband, he lost his hand. Do you know how many times people will say to him, well, you don't have disability? No. Well, you never got disability? Well, I did while I was retraining. Well, but you're not considered disabled. And if you say that to him, he might punch you. If you ask him if he's disabled, there's a good chance that he'll punch you, because after losing his hand, he then went to school to be an airplane mechanic and a pilot. So that's what I mean about, if you can give people help, they can still get there. But number one, you can't make it so easy that it's easy enough to quit. It's easier to quit than it is to get out there and actually have a job and a life. You do have to make it somewhat,
Christine's comment, she says, as a mom, my daughter struggles, yet there's a fine line to it. I fought the fight as a mom, and she was that's what I'm talking about. And I don't mean, I don't mean to be harsh. I'm a mother too. But I would much rather see my kid drug into rehab by his ear than the streets helping him stay there. I'm even going to look at my own kid and say, this is a choice you're making. Do you understand that?
It is.
Not making it.
Yeah. And I'm going to say that about addiction. And I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I don't give a shit what anybody says. It is still a choice that you make. Yes, some that are addicted are so much into it that they can't even make a choice. They just don't. The choice they make to do the drug is just because that's what comes natural for them every day. And they're into it so deep, they never get, if they could have 5 minutes of getting sober, they might be able to make a different choice. But a lot of those people that are out on the street, they don't have a second of clear vision to be able to make that choice. However, I still believe that addiction is a choice, and it's a choice that you make every single day. It ain't no different. And people can tell me, I had somebody argue with me the other day, well, you have no idea what addiction's about just because you was addicted to cigarettes. I don't care what you say. Addiction is addiction, but it's still a choice that every day you get up to make. And here's the part where you go, no, I'm not going to do it. And you fight it and you fight it and you fight it until finally you don't do it. And every day is like that. The next day is going to come along and you're again going to fight it every day to not do it. And then eventually things do get a little bit easier. But at first it's not easy, but it's still something you have to choose to fight. It's not about somebody changing your way of thinking. It's about you changing your way of thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's all it is. I know it sucks. And some people never reach that. And it's really sad because a lot of those people could be extremely great people if they just weren't, on drugs or addicted to one thing or another.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I usually piss a lot of people off with that one, but I will say it till the day I die. Addiction is a choice every day.
It is. It is. And it's a choice in sobriety.
Mhm.
Choosing not to. And I commend those. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say it's an easy thing. You just decide to. No, I get it. But you have to make the choice first. I got to quit doing this.
My son was an alcoholic, straight up. My oldest son. He's now a foreman and has been for quite some time. He has many, many things because he no longer drinks. Did he try again since quit drinking to go and drink some and see if he could handle it? And he couldn't. He knew it immediately. He was like, no, I knew I wasn't going to drink just one. I had to have the whole damn case. He said, I knew right then, this ain't going to work. I cannot drink. So now he went and tested it. He'd stopped drinking for like 5 years and then decided he would go and test himself and realized that, yeah, he was going to fail. So he realized that wasn't for him. He needed to just choose not to do it. And he said, every time I even think, oh gosh, those guys are drinking, because everybody drinks around him still. Nobody coddles him. He can even go into a bar. He don't care. But his whole thing is the minute that he thinks, oh gosh, I could have a drink, he looks around and goes, yeah, and then I won't have none of this.
Yeah.
So what's the choice you want to make? You can have everything in the world or you can have nothing.
You can have your peace if you work on it. It's there.
Yep.
I will say that 1,000 times to any addict who isn't over their head. Peace is there, and you've got to work for it. And you've got to maintain it. You've got to maintain your peace mentally, all of it. But to, have a society and a government that, just as an example, encourages our youth to be addicted over having, rehabs that you can get into that don't cost so much. Some things are expensive.
They are.
You know?
Christine said, yes, indeed. I'm not able to have a major surgery because I smoke. I lied. When I needed my surgery and they were like, okay, you got to quit smoking. Okay, I quit. I didn't. I did later, but at the time that I had the surgery, I had not quit smoking. But they didn't know that. How were they going to know? So I didn't die. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for everybody, but that's what I did. And that's how I ended up getting my surgery. A year later, I did quit smoking though.
How did you quit?
I got sick and it scared the shit out of me. I woke up at midnight and could not breathe. I was doing the and I couldn't breathe. And Marvin was out of town working. So that night I struggled for about 3 hours, from midnight until about 3 o'clock when I could finally go back to sleep. The next night I woke up again at exactly midnight. I swear my mom had something to do with this, but anyways, at exactly midnight, and I was couldn't breathe. And I did that, until 1 o'clock the next day. Well, that day. So about 11 hours I did the and I could feel my heart like it was playing on it. I mean, it was like, bitch, we can't do this for much longer. And so when Marvin got home, it was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I said, I gotta have you take me to urgent care. And he was exhausted. He'd been up all night. But he took me to urgent care. He slept in the car while I went in, and I let them give me a steroid, which made it to where I could breathe again. I wished I would have never done the steroid, though, to tell you the truth. I would have lived.
It was so fun.
I fucking hate it. I absolutely hate that shit. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, and I wished I wouldn't have taken it, but I did. And then she gave me a puffer that I brought home, and it's been in my purse ever since. And I tried it once. I was like, "Ooh, that tastes nasty. I ain't never doing that shit again." And when I got home, I took a drag. I always smoked in my bathroom with the door closed and the window open, and I went in and I lit the cigarette, and I took a drag off of it, and I did the this scares the shit out of me. I put it out, and I've never that cigarette sits in my master bathroom in the windowsill with nothing in this empty ashtray but that cigarette that I put out, and it will forever stay there. Just because just as a reminder that I don't smoke. And here's the reason I will never smoke again, because it was way too easy to quit. And I know that I'll never have that luck again to quit that easy. I mean, I really didn't have tons of cravings. Every now and then, the smell of it, and I'll be like, God, if I could just do one drag.
Yeah, just a taste.
And then I'm like, nope, don't do it, because I'm afraid if I do that, I won't be able to quit again. And if I do, it'll be way harder. And it was way too easy to quit. I'm not kidding you. I never imagined it would be that easy, but I do believe that part of that was I was scared shitless. And, when you can't take a drag, like the minute that you take it, you start to get that again, then it kind of fears you into, oh, fuck that. It ain't worth it.
Oh, shit, I did it again. Stupid.
And here's the other part is people go, oh, well, actually trying to come down from not smoking can be, you have to get all those toxins and the nicotine and blah, 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 blah out of your system. And that can take some doing, and that can be, I don't remember any of that being an issue. None of that. The only thing, like, I don't even remember going, God, I really want a cigarette for those first few weeks. It was not then that it was later, like, 6 months later, that I would smell a cigarette and go, okay, I kind of want to drag, but I'm not gonna. So yeah, it was really weird, but it worked. And like I said, that's the only reason I will not pick it up again, because it was way too easy to quit. It shouldn't have been that easy. When I had tried to quit before, it wasn't that easy. I even tried to take some of those pills, Chantix. That shit, I wouldn't recommend that shit to anybody. You want to talk about some weird side effects.
The dreams. Mom took it once, trying to quit smoking, and we took it and flushed it because the weird dreams she was having, the weird things she was doing at night. And she didn't even know. We would tell her the next day. She's like, I did not. And I'm like, serious. Dead serious. Yes, you did.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't like it. I did it the one time. I felt really weird. Usually with any type of med, if I take it once and something weird happens, I'm done. I don't want to take it. I'm just done. And so for me, I wouldn't recommend that shit to anybody. I didn't like it at all. Made me sick as a dog. I didn't matter if I smoked or not. I was just sick. But I don't do well with pills either. So even like pain meds and shit like that, I always have to take anti-nausea medication before I take it. And then, well, I really don't need the pain med after you take the anti-nausea because it puts you out. So it's like, okay, well, there, fix that. If you're in pain, you don't remember it because you just go to sleep. But so I just hate pills. I really do. So I always try to stay away from them. But yeah, that's the whole reason I will never pick it up again.
Oh, congratulations on that. And,
Yep.
lucky that it went that way. I've
Mhm.
heard a lot of people, get in that situation about the breathing and it's, the fear in that moment. And it's a lot easier to tell your brain, see, it'll do that,
Mhm. Mhm.
than, just off the plain field that I'm just going to put it down one day.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure there's people that have actually went through the same thing I did, and then as soon as they were over, they're like, "Fuck that, light up, fucking let's do her." I can totally see that happening. I mean, I'm surprised that I didn't, but for some reason, for whatever reason, I did not, and I'm glad I didn't. I can say that I do like the fact that I don't smell like cigarettes anymore. Um, and I mean, I usually don't have that weird gaggled shit in my throat anymore or any of that stuff. So I do like the fact that I don't smoke anymore. But
But it still stunted our growth, so what the hell?
the one thing that I can tell you that what do I not like about not smoking anymore is the fact that I was a skinflint my whole life, and now let's just say, yeah, I think about what I stick in my mouth.
Pause.
Pause. No, I'll
No,
stick that in my mouth all day long.
girl,
That's
no,
fucking, that's
Pause.
calorie free, but
I don't know what I
talking
just
about
came back into. I don't know what I came
hot
back into.
cereal.
you knew better, AB.
I went to get some coffee and I'm walking back. What is going on?
And Gigi sticking stuff in her mouth or refusing to. Um, yeah. I just
Y'all supposed to take control of these two Republican women.
And you left us unattended.
that's
What the
right.
praise, y'all? What are we on? What are y'all doing?
Unsupervised. That's
What?
what we are.
We were okay. What you missed was I said if the government wants you to participate in it more, they'll subsidize it and fund it and allow it for free. If they don't want you to do it anymore, they tax the shit out of it. So
Yep.
then we got into the conversation about addictions and on into cigarettes and how did you quit smoking?
Okay, y'all, we're gonna get this back to the CIA, y'all. I'm kind of good. I'm kind of good.
What do we got?
Watch.
Okay.
Mouse, do you believe that local police will use homeless and drug addicted people for their purposes?
You know my answer to that.
Yeah, I know. Gigi, do you
Yeah.
think the CIA could use former people and do the exact same thing that Mouse says? And do you think this was a part of it? Because
Okay.
I'm taking local government out of your lexicon because you don't trust them. You don't believe they would do this. So you believe it had to be higher. Mouse believe local government could get someone to do this to off an official, but I want her to think higher. Who would do this and why? And who would be capable of pulling with your information you have about the jet? Who do you think could pull that off?
Well, I don't know, but I definitely know that it's way higher, I think, than local. And I think that's why I said earlier, I think it's deep state. And when I say everybody has an example of what they believe deep state is, but in my idea, I think it probably goes even above most politicians. This is all about the elite.
What is your definition of deep state? Your
Well,
not theirs,
for,
yours.
for me, deep state goes beyond just the US. For me, I think about the other politicians in other countries. So for me, and I think they're all in cahoots together. I now believe that Trump's probably in that. I hate to say this, but I do believe he is in the same realm. Once I think you hit a certain dollar amount, even if you're not a politician, I think you're shot into that. And so you start learning things that we don't get to know. And I know it sounds crazy, but there's been way crazier shit that's happened, and we know it to be the truth and facts. And so I believe that a lot of that stuff is totally true. Who's holy skunk? Skunk. You have to show your face. She ain't gonna let you up here without it.
I don't know. They don't got a good connection.
Nope.
I don't know.
I don't know who that was.
know that deep state was gonna rattle some cages.
I just had a
But
little circle.
because you and Mouse believe this is don't say the name, a certain character of a party could pull this off.
Well, they may be able to, but I think that that's going to be really hard to hide from the higher ups.
Do we honestly think
I
that these
believe PG.
people have not murdered anyone before Kirk?
Oh, I didn't. I know they have, obviously.
Exactly. Heart attacks, car wrecks.
In your mind, Gigi, why is this different? Because both of y'all know this feels different. To you, Gigi, why? Because you have information a lot of people don't know about that jet. Allegedly.
Well, I think they have. I think there's just here's why I don't think it was local, and it is because of that jet. That makes me think if that jet was involved in any way, shape, or form, then I know it wasn't local. And it goes way deeper because a local person isn't going to be, that's FAA. You're not just going to hide that shit. That's going to be something they're going to be. And I'm sure the FBI is checking that jet out up one side and down the other. But if they've been told, here's the deal, and this is why I believe it goes way higher than our politicians. I still believe that all of our politicians are sheep. They're led around by somebody else that tells them when and what they're going to do, and what they can buck and what they can't buck. Now, I don't think they tell them every word they can say, but I think they say, "Oh, that's something you're not going to touch on. You're just going to leave that shit alone and move right along." I think that happens frequently, and that's why I think we're in this situation right now, where I don't know about the rest of you, but how do you trust any of these? How do you trust any of them? Remember the deal with Trump. And I know that Charlie isn't a politician, but remember what they did regarding Trump and how that whole thing, the Secret Service people that they put in place. And I say Secret Service as a very loose term because those bitches couldn't guard a pig if they wanted to.
Real.
I seriously, watching that was the laughing stock again of the US. That was no different than all the shit that Biden was doing. Watching those people not protect Trump was just, I just can't even believe it. So,
Remember, I likened it to a bad Saturday Night Live skit.
Right?
So over dramatic and silly and folly. It was hard to watch.
Yeah, the whole I don't know where to put my gun chick, that chick herself, she just ruined the whole show. So yeah, I just think that it is way deeper than just our politicians. That's why I say I think that once you hit a certain level of financial security, you're moved up into that. They have to move you into it. And it's kind of like, what was the one that I know what it was. It was, what was the first conspiracy show that I did with TF and them? And it was the
Nano?
No. The, oh Lord, why can't I think of it? Ma, where are you? Why isn't it coming? LW. Say it. You know, the Freemasons and all those guys. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. If you think about it, with the Freemasons and stuff, that's exactly what they would do. Is they would put some good people in there, but there were lots of bad eggs, but the good people made it all look good. That's kind of where our politicians are supposed to be. However, now they've washed all their clothes in dirty water, so they're as dirty as the rest of them. And I believe that's kind of where we're stuck at now. I think that this goes so much deeper than we're ever going to. This is why I say you have to just clean our government. But when you think about that, what happens? You're going further. I mean, it's not just our government. There's other entities beyond our government. Like,
Where do you,
the shit in Switzerland and all of that. Think about all that shit that goes on. And I'm telling you,
where do y'all get the truth from?
Where do we get the truth from? I don't know.
You don't trust media. You know, the government, what they're pushing out, Americans are starting to believe that's a lie. Because there was a discrepancy on, did we find them? He found them. The FBI said you found them, then you did. So I understand, do not trust in the government. We don't trust. Where do you go to find the truth?
AD.
I don't know where to go to find the truth, because the problem is everything. Think about everything that you look at. They have control of everything that you look at.
Of course, you know.
So how do you believe any of that? If we say, okay, this is one of the things. Remember, I said, well, let's go back, and I think I'm going to do a show on in the encyclopedia and what we see in it versus what we see on the internet. Well, that took about 5 minutes for me to blow that shit all out of the water, because yes, secret societies. Thank you, LW.
Yeah.
Because how do I believe anything that comes out of the encyclopedia? They were lying to us back then. That was 30 years ago. Those books are 30 years old. And they lied to us back then. And then they changed it all. If you were to go look at encyclopedias that they have today, I don't even know if they make them. Is there a Britannica? I have no idea.
If anyone still has a set, man, plug in, because we want to test it.
Don't call me into class like that. You know what? Then pay attention, damn it. Yeah, I mean, mine are Colliers, and I'm telling you that we bought them when the kids were little, and everything that I see in there now I question. But well, first of all, let's not forget the moon's in there. That's a huge no for me.
You know, I think the actual dissection of the fake alien is still in the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh my!
So you know, everything we've ever learned about JFK is not going to be in encyclopedias.
See, where do you find the truth at? This is what I'm saying. Your truth, I think, is the reality that you're sitting in at the exact. I mean, and everybody's truth is going to be different because of where they're sitting in the situation. Anymore, you can't necessarily go by what the news says or what an outlet says, because we've now figured out they lie like nobody's business. And it doesn't matter if you go to YouTube. Come on, we all know that there's tons of Fruit Loops on YouTube. Hello, here I am.
We definitely know which way. Sorry, CEOs of YouTube, but we know which way y'all swing. By how y'all censor us, we know. We know.
But then even the people on YouTube, I mean, now you got to decipher through them. And how do you know what's the information that they got is accurate and true? And I mean, I just don't know how to find. And you know what? This is exactly what they wanted.
Yesterday was the perfect example of that. And just in the part of they had the shooter, like minutes after the incident, they had an old man. They had him. They were dragging him out. Pants fell down, everything. We got him. We got him. Oh, we don't got him. Oh, we got another one. Oh, we didn't. Oh, we got him. Oh, we didn't get him. Now, do they have him or not?
Here's the thing about that, and I'm going to say this in defense of them. You cannot have transparency without having fuck ups. If
that's true,
they're going to give you all the information.
That is true. That is true. I'll give you that.
They had to give it right away. You know, if it was, I mean, how many times have I do this frequently? Go, no, I don't look at. I give my opinion, then later I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was kind of stupid. And I'm going the exact opposite of what I had said earlier. And I think that is because that's that whole transparency. At the moment, this is what you thought. But as you got more information, Rick Gore, he teaches this a lot. Once you get more information, your opinion's going to change. Don't not change it because you're too stubborn to listen to the new information that's coming in, because it could be accurate and good information that you need to know. So I think that in the sense of them finding the perps, they had to do that. And if they didn't tell us, then we would have, what was the first thing we were going to say? Why are you hiding shit from us? Why didn't you tell us you had that guy? Why didn't you tell us you found that guy? What? So I can see why they give that information out right
I'm
away.
thinking in terms of the media itself and going to different media sources for information, and how no matter where we went yesterday, it was different. Like they weren't all reporting the same facts.
Well, I think number one
Which
is the
tells
wording.
so you got to stand back and go, well, this one's saying this and this one's saying the opposite. So now you're left to go find the truth. That's what's messed up about media now.
Mhm. Well, and remember that depending on what their understanding of the wording is and what your understanding of the wording is, y'all could come up with completely different understandings about something, even though you use the same language. You know, a perp, a suspect, a person of interest, those are all, I mean, a suspect and a person of interest are not the same people.
How you word it, that's what I was, me and Mouse was, how you word something means something. Don't just go by, understand why they are wording it that way, and you'll get your answer.
Well,
That's
and
why
then when you do try to portray what you're saying, the other thing is making sure that people understand what you are trying to say. Because if you just say a person of interest, well, somebody else might take that as, well, they got the suspect. No, they didn't. They just got somebody they're interested in, and they're checking him out. It's not a suspect. They just, which is what those guys were. Those were just person of interest. They weren't suspects, but they labeled them as suspects. And that is kind of where I think some confusion came in. You know, they should have been worded different, and people got to make sure of what they're hearing. It's amazing how one person, three people can hear the same thing and they'll come up with three different explanations and they heard all the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
So we really have to pay attention to that. And I think that we do lose a lot in our understandings. I mean, we're all at different levels of, education and understanding and intellectual whatever. But I think that because of that, we can get really confused with, what the headlines are, or I mean, I do it all the time. I'll talk completely out of turn and then go, oh shit. Yeah, I guess that's what they said. They didn't say what I thought they said.
Well, like even reports were coming out, Charlie Kirk dies.
Mm-hmm.
What? Stop that.
Assassinated.
Stop
Assassinated.
that.
That's what I kept
He
saying.
didn't have a heart attack. Then stop it.
Well, when I seen the assassinated, the first thing I seen was assassinated. And then when I heard, oh no, he's been shot, I was like, well, how do they know he's been assassinated? Well, I think that the person that wrote assassinated, it's because they seen the video that I seen 5 minutes later and went, oh shit, yeah, he's done. He's done. There was no way he was living through that. I don't give a shit if you'd have been standing right there with a cork. You weren't going to save him.
That's what I had to. I was like, Mouse, when you see it, because I got it right then. I was like, Mouse. Then I said, oh shit, they're putting it out on the internet. That's when she was like, oh, yeah. I was shocked that Facebook allowed. And what I'm saying is, I'm shocked that AI is allowing I don't want to say that A word, but that word on air. That's shocking to me.
Well, this makes me think that there's a reason that they're letting this happen. We all know that they have not let anything. I mean, you couldn't show a severed leg before, and now you've got a man being shot.
That's what I was going to say. This one is wild because out of all the platforms and all the ways that they've censored us, the fact that the actual footage and all of the gore was just circling the platforms yesterday blew my mind.
And
with
And
no
you have to tell
censorship.
yourself, you have to
And-
tell yourself, this would normally not be allowed, but they want us inundated with these
Yep.
flashes. You know what I
GG.
mean?
This ain't a conspiracy theory. This is gonna be a good show from you. The voice of the airplane pilot sound like what to you? What nationality? Just take a guess.
Indian, some type of Eastern person. That's what I
The
Is-
last time this happened on air was JFK. Was another foreign country involved in this?
there wasn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
South America. Because it's what you're saying. In order to get this pulled off, it ain't gonna be nobody local, like Gigi saying. It ain't gonna be see it because you're gonna know. You're gonna know. It's gonna leak. You're gonna know. So politicians wipe that out. So now it's what deep state or foreign because remember, how did that sniper get in to shoot Trump on his ear? He was from Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, everything tells me that this is. I mean, I think this is why they can't find him. I think he got out right away. Like I think he's gone.
This is me. I told people when that happened and me and Mouse did an investigation on Trump shooting. I told people right then and there, and I'm still saying, you are involved in a CIA op, America. This, if you was to close your eyes and put all of this over in Russia, China, Mexico, Africa, it makes perfectly sense that they've taken out dignitaries and people of dissent and disagree with this. Makes perfectly sense overseas. It don't make sense to you in America because you're not looking at CIA. This is what they do overseas. This is how they create dissent in your country, by going after your, like Mouse said, your heart.
Yep.
Go down. They can shoot a politician. I don't give a fuck about that. It's what Gigi and Mouse was saying. They can go shoot somebody at Walmart, but if they go shoot somebody at a church, now I got your fucking attention.
Yeah, and this is how they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
And the message is, we're going to run every aspect of your life. Give it to us. No, we're not. We're not giving up our freedoms. We're not giving up our free speech. We're not giving up our freaking checks.
LW in defense, even Mouse couldn't believe this was happening. Mouse was like, nope. No, he all right. Like Mouse was in, like she wouldn't let.
I didn't want to process it. I
didn't want to believe
it. Want it to be true
Yep.
that bad.
Well, I didn't want it to be true either, but the minute I seen the video, I'm sorry, but you'd have to be completely, retarded to think that he wasn't dead after seeing that. I wouldn't have wanted to live through that.
You knew, GG. You know, yeah. If those that you ain't, I haven't seen it because somebody told me don't look at. My daughters told them. Mouse was like, you better not. Like Mouse was like, don't do it, because this is 9/11. Mouse, don't. But I also know last night it triggered my Republican veterans. They were reaching out to so they were raging, and that's 200 feet. They trained at 1,000, so it's a little different. Calming their ass down last time.
I've been hearing that it's like 600 or something.
200, and I know why. And fuck, this is what they did. They did the trajectory from the body down. They only bullets is a trace bullet from his neck, so they got that, traced it with the circulation of, like, it's all backstage with Mouse. And then they went and triangulated how and when he was shot, a laser directly to that roof. From the roof, they got the the gun. One shot, one kill. That's the motto. The fact that he was there, like you said, Mouse said he's in a bowl, and Mouse came to be like, why? And I was like, man, that's a layup.
Yeah, that made it easier.
Yeah, like real. And when she said, Mouse, I asked her, what's behind him? I said, Mouse, if nothing behind him, any affiliate with them 3 letters could have did this? And she said it's a building. I was like, any military person would have took that shot then, because nobody was at risk but him. See, he was set. Never mind. Allegedly. And we was doing this real time.
I knew it was professional by the timing. And it was down to a split second. A 10th of a second. Because he leaned down and then he reaches over and grabs the microphone and he sits up and then he halfway leans forward and then he leans back for a split second.
Okay. This is where Gigi comes in at when I'm going to tell y'all this. The job of a sniper isn't the shot. The job of a sniper is a preparation. The shot is guaranteed because you got patience. Also, the job of a sniper, if you are good, is to get out of there undetected. Gigi. If I ran to that damn airplane and jumped off, you have no fucking idea where I'm at. I could land. What I do?
Out in the middle of the desert somewhere. We don't know.
What I do?
Well,
Prove it.
He definitely could have landed in. I mean, I don't know if they actually landed or because again, see that's why I say this is way higher than local. Because there's nothing. Like he just drops off. He drops off radar. Like there's no there, and I know he can turn it. I know all that, but it's still it kind of makes something like I said. This is way bigger than local. No, because you've got the FAA involved.
Mm-hmm. I just want to know how he got from the roof to the woods.
And the point being, very strategically.
I get the shot is easy. Concealment is easy. The building wasn't secured. Easy.
But you can't waller around a crowd with a big old shotgun. Somebody's going to see that, especially that one.
Who would know that? Who would know not to shoot him in public in a crowd and go to an elevated position, hidden away from the crowd? Who would know that?
A person that's been trained to know that.
Mm-hmm. That ain't gonna be like the shooter from Trump just doesn't walk through security with his gun. You know, that ain't what happened.
Nope.
Different. He just climbed down the water tower. No, that is not what happened, people.
Well, and the thing about it is when he shuts off the ADSB, that's a huge no-no.
Mm-hmm.
It's illegal to do that. So again, I mean, if we make a wrong move on the runway when we're departing, going like to our hangar from the runway, if we make a wrong move and turn before we're supposed to or anything like that, oh, you bet your sweet ass, the tower's right on the radio telling Marvin, what the hell are you doing? There and then he gets a letter in the mail telling him what he fucked up on.
Oh, wow.
That's why I'm saying this ain't just he shut this off illegally.
It's a federal crime. But who does it, Gigi? Cartels over. I bet. Oh, they do it all the time. Every day.
Here's the deal. Those cartels, they ain't going to see that plane again because it's going to go back to Mexico. This guy turned around and landed back in Utah.
And nobody said a word about it.
And where's the questioning? How come that pilot hasn't been brought in? And how come there's been nothing mentioned about it? Let's stick with transparency.
Sounds like CIA to me. Because the reason I'm saying this is I told Mouse allegedly. All this is alleged. I told Mouse I believe he's still there. Mouse was like, "What are you talking?" I was like, "I think he's still there, hiding somewhere there." Because
I'll be back.
In order to be a good person like that, planned to do what he did, I told her in order for him to get away, he need distractions. And she was like, "What you mean?" I mean, if I'm gonna take a shot, I need a distraction over here so I can get away.
He
Plain.
got one.
What's the other one? The dude downstairs yelling, "I did it." So many distractions. Why CIA? Because now conspiracy comes in. Now you're fucked. The truth, you will never find it unless that man is found. So why wouldn't I just go ahead and I told Mouse, you probably gonna find him in the woods dead with no answers. That's what I'm just allegedly.
Probably.
Allegedly.
Because don't think that he gonna run around free and they ain't gonna care. They care.
Look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist by none of the sort, but I understand who hate us more today than anybody. I understand, and this is my conspiracy theory, y'all. I understand we did strikes on a South American country on September the 20-something that Trump been bragging about. Also, I know the CIA and the FBI and the military has launched tactical people in Mexico, and you research how many deadheads and cartels are fighting and all of this. And I also knew before we came on the voice of the people on the plane. Mouse didn't. Gigi just confirmed it. I also know the tactic of turning off GPS and counter all of this is cartel. So if this was planned, I know who did it. I know why they did it, because I know who hate America at this point in time. And if I was a cartel member, you want to divide my cartel members, I'm gonna divide your fucking country. Bang, bang. Successful CIA op. Sounds like to me.
I see that as an odd target for the cartel. It's symbolic, yeah, maybe. But I think if I were cartel, I would have a different target to make a message.
Who other than him and Trump? Because when Vance and that guy you like went through Chicago, they had a drone. You know that, and I know that. He had a drone over that train station. They don't, we do. So he was a target. They was a target then, but
oh, do you mean Elon?
No. When Vance and the Tennessee dude walked through, they had drones hovering. He didn't have none of that protection when he was walking. And I think this is the turn of this is different. I'm not saying that it's a soft target, like you said, Walmart and a church.
Mm-hmm.
But when you said them words, oh, you were able to carry a gun around this event, then drones will not detect carbon and gun, none of this. Drones won't detect it because there's so many of them.
No, and drones wouldn't have prevented it.
Nope.
It would just got about 5 better angles of the situation.
No, it would have prevented it, because then the range become the drone, the Reaper. It's up higher, can view down.
Maybe.
And this is where facial recognition software comes in. Then you can detect. That's why when that dude was on the water tower, it wasn't that he was on the water tower, it's that he walked through security. Even though he was on the tower, like, well, how did he get there? It's like, bing, like you would never, but the drone would have caught it. So why didn't the drone catch it? And that's Trump. So I get everybody's, don't make sense. But that was so well, I would never put my client in a situation that the threat is coming from more than what I can protect him from.
Yards and yards and yards and yards.
Bulletproof. And I got people yelling at him in a closed bowl environment. I mean, what you said, bulletproof vest on. If I know that and I'm a shooter, you're right. Where else I'm a shooter? His arm? Nope. You're right. I'm going right for his temple.
Mm-hmm.
So everything everybody's saying makes sense to me. I'm just here to make sure we still here.
The gunman was good enough for that split second. That's what tells me it was professional. And you'll not be able to change my mind.
If I told you if I take you to the range 4 times, you can make that shot with a 30-06, would you believe it? Because
I
I
don't.
want you to go ask a hunter, that person that actually shoot, and say, could you make a 200-yard shot with a 30-06 with a scope? He gonna be like, that's a layup. Just ask any of them. From an elevated position like a hunting stand, just ask any of them.
No, I'm still not going to concede that this was just part of the crowd
No,
upset.
no, 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 no. No. You asked the perfect question to me. I said, if he got caught, he ain't professional. If he didn't get catch, he's professional. Because professional is I'm going to leave and you ain't going to never know how or
Yeah,
when or who I am. Because that's the fear. The fear isn't getting caught. The fear is getting away. That's the fear. That's the threat. You'll never know. And like they're saying, this is changing everything. Is this going to happen again? Is this going to see how it changes your thought? That's
yeah,
terrorism
yeah.
to a T. But I'm not discounting what Mouse is saying. The Democratic, you don't know. I will go back and I said this before on Mouse's channel. We live in a beautiful world, but ugly souls push the buttons.
Yep. That is so true. So fair. But again, whoever set this up, whoever pulled the trigger, whoever wanted this, you're a coward. You're a coward.
In the following days, this conversation is going to change. I'm letting you know because I already see it politically, and I'm just letting you know.
Oh, I know it's going to be steamrolled
Just
and
letting you know.
treated like a piece of dough. It's going to be pushed, pulled, folded, pumped, punched. I get it. But you took a shot at a voice, not a power. You know what I mean? Like, ain't no kind of self defense in none of this. Ain't no, you know what I mean? No kind of argument like that can float.
I understand. I don't know when it happened that media seeped into YouTube, but at the beginning, YouTube was where you came to challenge media as the truth. Now, people come to YouTube as media is the truth, where they used to question everything on media is you're
Uh-huh.
just feeding me bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And me as an intel guy, like, yeah, question everything. Nope. That's what question. Because how do you know they're telling you the truth unless you find out for yourself? That's a sheep.
Right. Y'all wonder why CBS won't report it straight? Go check out who the CEO is. Understand how they're connected to what party. And you'll understand why it's bias. And understanding that, you're like, yeah, I get where you're trying to twist it. I see you twisting it. But you can't just let the media feed you. You have to know that most of these major outlets, CNN, NBC, CBS, and even Fox, are now political talk shows. That's it.
I believe more shows that a lot of people, I understand Google and Facebook is fried, but it's a lot of you out there that are good with your fingers. And y'all need to join in on finding the truth. I wish I was back there how we did it in distance and this. and even connections with certain organizations. Because believe me, but if you know people and court judges and this and this and
Oh yeah,
military,
yeah. Don't think we come up
yeah,
here with this story because we heard somebody else a while ago
mm-mm,
say the story. We sit
mm-mm,
down last night. We asked all the hard questions: how,
yep,
where, velocity, height,
yep. We knew all of this
everything.
yesterday when it happened, but we just said, yeah. Now everybody, yeah, all of this, we never, even though it'll be fun to do, y'all. So I even told Mouse, I would say, damn girl, we should go live on this shit because, but it's a lot of stuff we can't say that we were getting that would cross the, yeah.
Yeah, and I get it. Not everybody sits around and digs through news like Army vet and I do. And so I did. I gave it a day for everybody to kind of process and digest, and for the
Yeah.
facts to catch up with everybody else before
That
we
was
discussed it. Or
that's exactly what she said. She said, I'm gonna give them a day to digest this. Like she had this yesterday. We even had the caliber, what it did, everything. But she said, nope, they need to process.
yeah, or they're not going to have questions. They're not going. You know what I mean? This whole thing was about free speech and opinions. I'm not here to teach you about yesterday. I'm here to discuss yesterday. So I did. I gave everybody a day to digest it, let the news settle in, let the facts come out, because I wanted y'all's raw opinions, y'all's raw feelings.
But I also wanted y'all to understand Mouse is a public. I get Mouse is a mother and a wife and got kids. I wanted y'all to hear her as a mom. That's why I'm like, I even told, nope, you're gonna cook, girl. They need to
Yep.
hear you. I was like, I don't care about you. They need to hear how you feel. Fuck them. You need to come onto your channel and tell them how you feel and how this made you feel. Stop. My bad. I was like,
Yeah.
don't worry about
He's
them.
right.
Get,
He's
get
right.
get your shit off. Get your shit off for a change.
Because I was headed in here, with the exact, and no, honestly, when it went down in my heart, my eyes, I could see my son there. That's how it affected me. It could have been any one of our sons. And a son that you would be so proud of, that, worked so hard, all the things.
That's what I heard.
It
And it
hurt
was even
so
deeper than
bad.
that. It was even deeper than that because of who told her. But even that her children reacted the same way, said that's why it means something. Now I'm like, nah, they need to hear this shit from you. Fuck everybody else. Get that shit off. Because only you, that was specific. Mom, son, conversation. That's why.
Yeah, and I bring you the view of the kids, because boy, they gave it to me yesterday. Let me tell you guys, they're angry. They're not scared. They're not confused. They're angry. That was their hero. That was somebody that that our youth looks up to. So to us, he's just a younger guy that sits on college campuses and was a part of this campaign. But to our kids, they had a different view of who Charlie Kirk was, and he mattered to them.
Yeah,
That,
this was a heavy day.
yeah,
With 9/11, this, remember the other story about the lady on the train?
yeah, more
The
school
still
shootings.
the missing, yeah, in Colorado, the missing child still. That's a lot for our country to take.
But 24 years down the road, what have we learned? Are we better or are we worse?
Worse. It ain't worse. It's manipulation. Like I said, it's the job of someone to make Americans chase the ghosts so they don't understand what's going on. Or
Yeah,
like someone said, you make Americans fear, they'll give away their rights. They'll give away their rights like money, like change to a homeless person. The minute that you make an Patriot Act 2 facial recognition software, they are finna figure out a way to implement this everywhere we go, people. Just like, ask the UK. The UK will tell you how every store, every light, everywhere you go, every cop, it got you. Watch how this change everything. Watch how quickly you're willing to give up your rights, your freedom of speech, your face, your DNA print to the government because you're afraid. Like you said, your YouTube channel, your freedom of speech, you're willing to toss all.
The education of our children, the health care of ourselves.
Think about it, if you rage out on your YouTube channel, how are they going to get their information? Where else they going to go? Just like the college kids. If you take away, where they going to get it from, y'all? Go back on social media, start like Mouse and y'all moms. I told you. Tap in.
Yeah.
Y'all moms.
And this is where we say, you didn't quiet Charlie Kirk. You split him into a million voices now. Because those kids are going to carry him forward. We're going to carry him forward.
That was Mouse's second story. That about the girl was a stage. I don't think it's more about the girl was stabbed. Mouse told me it's more about the lack of reaction about the people around her. He's crazy.
Yeah. Not an excuse, but to understand. Yeah. What was it? He was hearing voices, I believe they said. He was hearing voices and stuff right before it. It had been saying stuff like that. But yeah, like AV said, I watched the video of that and it's shocking what he gets up and nonchalantly does to her because it's not really as graphic as the Charlie video. You can't even really tell. He slings the knife down and a little, human juice splatters on the floor there. But past that, all you see is her cover her mouth and crouch down. But the people around her, everybody's eyes were on the incident. Like nobody can say, well, I didn't see it. I didn't catch that. No, they were all front and center, focused on it. Three men and another woman, and nobody flinched. Nobody got up. Nobody did a damn thing.
If you watch, though, it really doesn't look like.
That's what I said, Gigi.
It looks like he slapped her neck. It does not look like he stabbed her. I don't think they realized that she had been stabbed at that point. It wasn't until she fell over that the one guy, after a couple seconds, he's like, what the hell? I mean, I don't see him in it, but pretty soon.
Back up. What hand did he raise?
Right hand.
His right.
Okay. He was on the left side of the bus, which means when that right hand came up and everybody was focused on him, they all seen
him attack her. You're looking at the attack. I don't think they seen it.
I don't think they seen it.
Yeah, I'm with Gigi.
That blade was that small. And here's the deal. And this is what another thing Rick Gore says. Placement is everything.
Yes.
Okay, what about him walking away and making the statement he made and they still didn't flinch?
Well, I think that
they didn't know. They didn't know she was stabbed up.
Yeah. Once she fell over, that's when I think the one guy stood up and went, okay,
what the fuck is happening?
Yeah. Okay, she's on the floor. He just said something about white girl. Okay, what the hell? And that was kind of when things started registering. I think because the blade wasn't very big, nobody really realized what had went on.
I said the key evidence to this story is, I said, Mouse, I wonder what they are saying, what they seen. Because I agree I don't think they seen your vantage point is from the camera down. Their vantage point is from I think because in the files, the FBI was like, visual matters. You're not going to see, if you take yourself out of the camera and put yourself in the body of these people and think about what you're seeing, it's different. and
Okay.
add the little small blade from the background, and it's a different story
Then I
from
encourage
everybody.
you to go back and watch the woman's face.
Yeah,
No,
she was shocked.
she knew what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
did, but she couldn't explain it.
At
Like,
that
because
point,
he was still there. He didn't know that fear to you. I know how personal stabbing somebody is in the fear. What she is witnessing is, and when she put that is, oh fuck, he might come back. Because you remember how you was explaining, I was like, if that was my daughter, oh my God. Put me in a father position watching that, and now it's
I was
she's like,
screaming.
oh, I know.
Yeah, me as a
here's the
mother
other thing is
watching it,
people have
Crazy.
a tendency to ignore stuff. So even though
Yep.
the fact that even if you only thought he hit her in the throat, that alone back in the day would have had 15 men getting up and in that man's face. Nobody moved. So I totally get what Mouse is
instead,
saying about how everybody just kind of
This is
sat
the
there.
this is the question
instead,
I
in
asked Mouse.
2025, we get, instead of 25 men standing up, we get 25 phone angles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is
You
what
know what
I
I'm
asked.
saying?
This
Yep.
is what I asked Mouse. I was like, was the dudes bigger than him? Mouse was like,
No,
yep.
no.
She said, no. She said they were. It was fear. Then I said, then that's fear, Mouse. If you got two men right there and you've seen that, that's fear. It's what Gigi said. Some people just won't react to it out of fear.
Well, I think even more so, though, is that what we've been shown. It's kind of like the whole thing with Charlie. They want us to become immune to those sites.
Well, they want us to do exactly this, and they want us to be divided on the issues.
Mm.
Well, they want us to, but see, they want this to become the norm. They want this to us ignore. This is one way they get rid of a bunch. So this is all in line of the whole, underlying plan. Let's
Yeah,
be
get
real.
used to the new world. Get
Mhm.
over it. Get used to it.
Yeah.
And I can't. I've said it 100 times. I often ask, are we in an alternate universe? Did we walk through some weird door, or I don't know? Because
we're in a more violent society.
the world we were trained for growing up, like, this is not the world we were trained for. Not with respect, not with truth, not with honesty, not with morals, not with people around. Like, this is not the world we grew up training for.
Well, now it's just, I don't know how anybody could trust anything. I really believe, it comes down to, and I'll come right out and say it. I'm not a religious person, but I do believe there's something higher than us. But I am not totally a religious person. I don't dump the Bible. I don't believe, I believe that was basically wrote by humans. And so for me, but I do believe there is a higher power. Now, in saying that, I think that we have lost morals and compassion and ethics and empathy, all of those. We have lost those because I don't know if I can say it's because of religion or because the lack thereof. Because really, let's be honest. If you actually study religion and you look at it, it's no different than the brainwashing that's done in a cult or in education. So it's the same thing. It's just you have to believe in you've got to faithfully believe in some stuff. And I think that because a lot of people are going, no, we don't, I'm not going to believe in something I can't see, touch, smell, hear, taste, the whole thing. Because of that, we've pushed aside everything, which is, again, the morals, the ethics, the empathy, the compassion, all those. We've pushed those aside to try to become stern because we don't trust nobody anymore. So now we're constantly trying to deflect from everything. I think that until we get back to really having morals and empathy and compassion and ethics. And I think that we're going to continue to see all of this. And I think that that's why we're seeing it, is because it's absent in
You're
our
very true.
society.
You're very true. Y'all are very right. That's why I love talking to my mamas and wives up here. You want to know why? Because the way to solve this is marriage. Because how other way you get to teach that between a mother and a father to a child? Exactly what Gigi just said. You need a mom and a dad to teach this ethics to a child. The lack of marriage in our country is fucking insane.
And that's so wild. I mean, I falter on this. I agree with you on some parts. And I'm a mother of a daughter. So of course I grew up telling her, you know, be secure, don't need a man, all these things. But at the same time, you're still right.
But what did the father teach? Don't be emotional. Get your feelings together. What would your mom? Hey, why you being so emotional? It's just a conversation. You see, you learn that as a child with mom and dad. Don't you yell at that girl like that. You open that door for dads, moms. Don't you? You treat your mother. When the lack of married women stop hearing and fathers stop, this our society so when people say how do you think you're gonna advocate Christian marriage? Why I always think it changed its society that anywhere else people are willing to die for their religion rather than their politics. But in the United States, you're willing to die for their politics and not their religion. It's the weirdest thing ever.
One of the things that I hate about social media, I've always been a pretty ballsy person for as small as I am. And I mean, my stature doesn't hold up. Let me just tell you, to my mouth. I'm pretty sure my mouth overrides my ass frequently, but
Yep.
Because of social media, it's made it worse. It is true that you grow balls behind a keyboard.
Yeah.
And that is part of the reason I think that our morals have been set down. Because instead of thinking about what we're going to say, we just say it right off the cuff. So there's no time for, and I know a lot of people don't like filters, but I also believe that filters can be a form of courtesy. And if we don't give those courtesies, then what are we doing? I mean,
What about this point that I brought up to Mouse? If you can't express free speech on your YouTube channel, where else can you?
I agree. But I still think, I've probably chased off more subs than I've gained because of my non-filter talk.
Me too.
I've probably chased off more of your subs than you've gained. So let's be
I
honest.
chased off a couple of yours too. Let's be honest.
Don't even say me. I know I got some.
But I think that there, somebody that he does this without ever saying it, and I shouldn't even say his name, but it's Traveling Fools.
Shit.
Because now his fucking ego, here goes his egg. He has a way, well, unless he's drinking a bunch, of telling people something that they really need to hear.
True.
And even if it's going to hurt a lot, he'll still tell them, but in like a really good way. And here's my problem is I don't have a lot of patience. So for me, because of that, I tend to lack empathy and compassion sometimes. And I'll just blurt it out. More so not because I want to be mean, but more because I don't have the patience to sit and explain it in a more compassionate way. And because of that, I believe that people kind of are can be very, I'm abrasive. If
Yeah.
you probably ask them, I have to learn to curb that because it's really not fair when they really do want to listen. But because I've become so abrasive, it's like, standing near one of those cactuses that jump out and it will literally fly off the cacti and
a little prickly at times.
and jump on you if you're too close to it. Well, I'm kind of that person. I think people think, oh, she's kind of, I'm just going to stand back because she's a bit on the prickly side and I don't want no pricklies. So I think that I have to learn that sort of a way to be able to do that. Also, I think it's, again, learning to, have compassion. And I'll tell you one of the spots that I see this in, and it's with my own family. I have always been very gruff when it comes to my family, in the sense of I always wanted them to have tough skin. So I felt like roughening them up always kept them tough. Shut up, LW. I always know when when it moves like that, it's going to be LW saying something. But I want to kick your ass. You just got me all distracted now.
You're so crazy.
But so I just think that we really, I say this about me, but I think this is absent a lot in our society. And I do believe it is because of, social media. We are very abrasive people, or can be. And not that we should be fake and filter everything, but I think we should have compassion when we're trying to get out what it is we need to get out. I truly believe that would probably make, because look at how people are so, I don't care which side of the fence you're on. People are very abrasive. I catch myself saying rude things to people I don't even know about, in a store. And it's like, I didn't used to do that. I would do that only with somebody that maybe I knew and they knew how to take me. And now I just say it. They're looking at me like, you are the meanest bitch I ever seen with 3 heads. So I need to learn to not do that. And I believe social media is helped with that characteristic of mine. Let me tell you, because I didn't used to have that. So, and I do believe it is because we become way more ballsy than we used to be because of social media.
Yeah, but we love you for your balls. We really do.
Yeah.
I know.
I know that I'm not, I'm trying to be funny, yes. But
Yes.
Truth at the same time.
Yep.
You remind us, this is our voice. It's our voice. Y'all aren't always going to like it. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't.
But what she's saying is she don't mean any harm by it. Venting and don't take it. And I get it because I'm the same way, because I can go crazy and I'm gonna apologize. Like, my bad, y'all, had to get that shit off. But I get it.
Well, actually, AV, you are one that says it quite frequently about
tone. It ain't what you say.
And how you're gonna, how you're gonna.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to get your point across, or do you want people to actually listen to you? You can get your point across, but if you only have one, nobody listening, who the fuck cares? So if you want people to listen, you've got to figure out how to bring it across that's not filtering it, but that is showing some kind of a of compassion or.
Oh, good God! I took my filter off one fucking day, y'all.
It wasn't what you're saying, because I don't think I was looking at it like in a bigger level. The people were actually showing up to argue with you. It wasn't that the topic; it was that what you were saying was triggered in so much that they need to respond. That is the definition of what you want. Even though they are willing to Kirk. That's what y'all reminded me of when y'all first started. Him, y'all are willing to say it how it is, and if you got a problem with it, come on, step up. That's what you and GG at the beginning.
It's one of the reasons that I don't like to chase people off, because even if I don't agree with them, there's certain people that I could care less if they ever come to my channel. But for the most part, I want everybody to come to my channel because for one, it gives they get to listen to what we're saying. And maybe if they don't agree, it may change the way they do see things. But if the other thing is I want people to come that don't necessarily agree with me, even though I know when I get on there, I get my rant going and people think I want to rip their heads and shit down their windpipe. I really don't. It's just passion. It's passion, my darling. It's passion. And sometimes I grab a hair. So but it's all in passion. It's not out of hatred. It is truly out of passion.
The pain is love, y'all, not hate.
That's
I
right.
don't know how
Sorry, I bit you.
That's still woman, y'all. I don't know. I'm just defending it.
It's called tough love. We come up with it in the 80s.
It was this, and I think I brought it up to Mouse yesterday about the word debate. Is debate trying to beat the other person, or is a debate trying to further the conversation? I think people are getting it switched up that I need to beat you on this and rather than what y'all is, let's further the conversation then. Let's really dig in deep of why you think like this or that's two different debate styles that people think is one. You can want to beat the person, true enough, but you could also want that person to learn something. That's a different debate style. That isn't confrontational.
That is my problem is I do want both. The problem is my desire to beat is more than my desire to teach or
I'll say it like this, what I told Mouse. I was like, in most debates, Mouse, you know you can win. She was like, yeah. Well, then why don't you have the debate? Maybe they will learn. You see what I'm saying? Most people that speak like y'all know y'all gonna win the debate. Have it. Smoke them. Have the debate, smoke them. And if they learn something, they learn something. But go ahead and bring them up to the torture room and get it. Yeah. Get it on.
Christine says she needs balls and she needs to be able to put her foot down. Honey, YouTube will help you conquer that. That's for sure. Because it pushes you. It does push you. Now, there are times when you can watch on my panel where people just run over the top of my panel, and I don't have like this, yet another. We're going to bring up that name again. TF has a really good way of being able to control his panel and going, wait a minute. Now, because of that, some people will disappear, leave, or never come back. Some will just go away for a little bit. The problem is you do have to set boundaries with your show. If you don't, they'll run right over the top of you. I mean, shit. There's some panelists I could just put on there and I could leave, and they just.
Everybody here knows my boundaries, and my boundaries aren't because I'm sensitive. It really is to protect everybody on the channel, so that everybody treats everybody with respect.
Yeah, I mean, I see. This is where my compassion is gone.
I know.
I'm like, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. If you don't like it, fuck off. Here's what. I don't have very many boundaries. It's actually people that are my boundaries, and there's only a few, and the mods know who they are, and they know
right
if things get out of hand or a problem. So, but that's kind of, I mean, for like we've had even like what's Humble Distiller. He's came in, he totally sees things from the other side. But I more than encourage him to come in as long as there's no calling people. I mean, you can say, oh, don't be a retard. But I don't want you to be, that's not what I want you to come here for, is calling people names.
That when we're in a political argument. You don't.
Okay, I got a question. I got a question for the both of y'all, since y'all female content. Why is it hard for female content creators, and I hate to say it, to be rude and control your panel? Why is it so hard? Because that's basically what y'all talking about. Y'all don't want to be rude. But why is it hard for a female content creator to be rude? And because men would do it and they'll shut up. So let's be honest.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you. This is exactly why. If I want control of my panel, this is what I should really do. And that's this.
Stop right now.
That's the difference. Because if Mouse or I say that in this voice, We sound
like this when we say it.
Yeah.
And it gets us nowhere.
But if
She's
we
right.
say it
She's
in that
right.
other voice, let me
They
tell you
don't
what.
listen. They
So
listen.
like it's like if AV on your channel, you have a booming voice. So if you say it, our voices are everything on these panels. Even if you can still see somebody, it doesn't matter. They could be shaved head, look like Yank. But if they've got this
kind of voice, then
I
it
got no
doesn't.
peas. Goddamn, man.
So that's kind of my point. I mean, you have to have one of those voices that says, "Hey, knock it off." And I can get there, but it does take me a little bit. And I really hate to go bitch on people. The problem is I don't know when to stop. So I kind of get tunnel vision. It's like, oh, we're in bitch mobile. Let's go and jump in. We're going. And then, there's no cooling me off. So I think that's why we're okay. You know what? You're making me fucking do this, AV. I could see this right now. You son of a bitch. We're emotional.
Oh.
It is.
No,
It is. It's because we're emotional.
Get me to
Anybody else?
Back. I gotta wash my hands.
We are passionate. We are passionate.
LW.
Okay, don't throw us way under the bus.
I'm just saying that we are way more emotional. So for us to get control of our panel means we'll probably go psycho, where a man can just go, "Hey, shut up and let so-and-so talk." And then the conversation goes on. But if we say that, we don't just say that. We're like, "Would you shut up and let him talk? I'm sorry, I don't mean to." But you need to understand that he needs to talk too, and you need to knock it off. And then it becomes a lecture and this and that. No. So
I told Mouse to get a video. A cut stream. Like you remember that video you got when people get a cash out?
Yeah.
When your panel get outrageous, find you a cut stream that either say "shut the fuck up" or "what the fuck are you talking about," like something like that. That's funny, but it means shut the fuck up. Because when you press that video, all mics go, and that's like I control a lot of female channels by themselves, and they ask these questions, and I give them ideas to control male-dominated panels when they go on them. The problem is when they go on male panels, they get shouted down. I'm like still working on that one. But get cut screens for females. Like if the dudes are getting outrageous, make fun of them. Have them videos like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Or what the top, have these cut strings ready, especially as female to get control of your panel if you don't want to yell at their asses. Just saying.
You just say, "Listen, bitch, I'm talking."
I'm
now
fucking
shut
going.
the
I am
fuck
going
up.
to.
No,
I am going to
don't
get my
go.
damn
What
voice
do you
changed.
mean?
This is horrific, people. This is scary as shit. This is like getting kidnapped with a bunch of dildos. I'm just saying, y'all know who I'm talking about.
Oh, that's
Mouse. I'm just saying, Mouse. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. This shit is weird, goddammit. This shit is weird.
Wait, just a minute. Look.
I don't know. I mean, I hear a whole bag doesn't slow any of
Here
them.
we go, Amy. There. Look at my avatar now. Makes more sense.
See, you got him. It works.
I feel like a kidnapped victim.
Bend over.
This is what the fucking feels like, y'all. This is real time. This is some wild shit.
You see how it can straighten shit right out, though?
I'm going to start using it. I am. I'm going to start using it.
You have confused so many people in the last 5 minutes.
LW left. He hates me touching them buttons.
That's the sound of every little boy's nightmare. You just said, God, that's so fucking scary.
This is the button he hates the most, though. He doesn't like my little tiny mouse button. It's my favorite. I love it.
There is a thing called being YouTube drunk.
I'm not. I was sober for like 4 days. Let's see. Her getting a soundboard has turned out to be less than ideal. the best thing ever. Where's TF?
Did y'all donate money to this terrorist? For this? Oh, you're gonna take this? Your fault.
I've been wanting to do a show, the whole show in this voice. What do you think I'd like get? Nobody would show up, huh? They'd just stay away.
I can think of a few that still would.
Mouse would stay awake just to listen to me all night like this.
I will report your fucking channel. I'm just saying.
That's the
On
best.
what ground, baby? What ground?
Yeah, there'll only be 2 people there, me and Mouse. We could just do this backstage. It sounds lovely. Need some helium in that balloon. That's so much better.
Most of these men grabbed their penis and left and went and drunk a beer.
No, look, the numbers are going up. I'm not changing my voice. Now 6. Look at that. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen.
I know y'all think this Army vet, but this is GG.
No, where'd that one go? LW, come back.
Scared the shit out of them. They ain't wasn't expecting this.
Wait, I gotta use.
Come back, LW. Get your ass back in here.
Authoritative.
That's right. Okay. All right. I'll stop.
That's what that asteroid is sounding like when it coming towards Earth. Get your ass over here. That's exactly what that asteroid.
So I'm very curious as to who came in when I started acting. When I started using the mouse voice.
I think I know who.
Come running back in.
LW, did you like text, I don't know, Fools or Baker and tell them to come in here? Because I was acting
Probably all
stupid.
in Discord going, oh my gosh, he's playing with it again.
The only one that plays on Discord is Baker. The other 2 won't touch it. They won't touch it. TF has his own channel on Discord and he won't go there. He has his own channel that somebody set up for him and he won't go to Discord. He's like, nope. He went once.
I think I had more women ask me to date them on Discord. Yeah, I'm scared of Discord too. I'm terrified of Discord. Discord is where they can get a hold, like they can get in contact with you behind the scenes. Like it's personal. That's why it's scary.
I do like to go. There's where we can, like, all of us will just go back. When I first started in Discord, Bobby had made the page and it was disabled kids. And that's what it's been the whole time. And he basically made it for Gutter's Pub. Actually, it was Yank and Gutter then. And then we would always go back. We would do like a, I don't know, where we all would call in and sit and visit in like a backstage in Discord. What do they call that? Voice, whatever, voice chat, whatever. I don't know. Anyways, that we haven't done that in a long time. And I used to do it with the OGs. It was basically all my original people that had came from the beginning that, went in there and we would just all kind of visit. There was a bunch of us. And now we haven't done that in a long time. And, I've lost a lot of my OGs because of it.
Just speaking of, I did, and I'm not disclosing Discord, but I did read in the Discord, I'm not going to say where or who, somebody was mentioning the other day that they wanted to go back to doing that with you like you used to. That they had fun.
Yes, I did see that. And I do need to go and do like, because they all are much more comfortable than doing that than trying to come on StreamYard and go backstage.
That is true.
Who's coming in to Discord when they come in. The problem with it is, though, there's bits and pieces I don't like of Discord regarding the audio and all of that. And so it can kind of be a little bit of a cluster. But, I mean, it does work good. But if you want to show videos, and you can, but I always needed Arby. It was like, Arby, come do this.
For me. I started this, and it was more along what you did, but I created like after shows, like right
Mhm.
after the show.
Yes.
I was like, okay, we will be in Discord, and that's
Mhm.
where the chat came in and had like, hey, what y'all want? Well, when you said because they're more willing to come and like Gigi
Yeah.
said in Discord, but I used to do it right after the show,
Yeah.
and people got to know who you was and got to know more people and connected there and get to know you personally.
Mhm.
Like, I really like you, and they'll tell more people come to here and bring. It was a great promotion. So
That-
yeah.
It's kind of one of the things that actually frustrates me about Discord, because really Discord is no different than any other social media. I know a lot of people are, I ain't going Discord. I
No.
heard bad things about that shit. Bullshit. Discord is just like any other. It's the same way as Twitter, X. If everything is a go, then you're going to get good stuff and bad stuff in it. But like with Discord, there's people that have control of Discord. So me and Bobby, and I think it's Black Sheep Tony, have control of Unstable Kids. And so we're all able to do, if somebody's being an idiot or they become just out of hand or whatever, then they get ousted. Usually they'll leave on their own. Ignoring is a great tool. But
Hey, Frankie.
Discord is no different than any other social media site. And like I said, you actually have more control in Discord. So when people say, oh no, I hear there's the nasty shit that goes on in Discord. Well, only if you have a channel that you let that shit go on in.
Right.
But
mine was cool. It was we all met back there and was like, because for a content creator, going to StreamYard is different than this. We ain't gonna say let our guard down, but the stress that comes with StreamYard being live, for us, Discord gives us a fucking breath, man. We ain't gotta put on the we can actually so Discord for content creators is more like a rest stop.
Mhm.
Well, we get to meet y'all and
Yeah,
conversate
the
and ask
background,
y'all. So
yeah.
what do you want us to do? So so hey, I don't like you bit. That's when you get to know us. That's what you okay, next show do this, next show do that. That's why I like it.
that was the other thing that I really liked about it, was I was able to get the people that were always in my chat but never came up on panel. So Flatty, I think she came up on our panel a time or two, not very many, but Flatty is like one of my very first OGs. And
Yeah.
she is like my girl. And
Shout out, Flatty.
Sugar
Love you,
Britches.
girl.
And yeah. And so, but it was really nice because they wouldn't come on panel, but we could go into Discord and we could sit there and visit with them. And we all visited. Like, I mean, we're very close and good friends, and all of us sat and visited. It would be Bobby and me, and we got Yank, I think, to come in a time or two. He another one that was always scared of Discord because I think he heard bad shit about it. And once you hear that, then it's like with anything. I don't care if it's Kick, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, any of them, Instagram, they're all going to be bad in one way or another. TikTok, it doesn't matter. So it's all in how, people control it. Like, Baker, he was trying to get us to go to Discord and he wanted Fools and LW to go in there. And neither of them really wanted to go in there. They're just that, they get a bad taste in their mouth about it and they don't want to go in there. But there'd only be us in there. That's the only people that have any access to it. So, it's all in what you make it. But some people don't understand that. And because of that, they, it's going to, like we said, what'd we say about, how people understand words? Some people don't, understand. They have a different definition for the same word. And that can cause some huge issues.
Yeah. Once I figured out that more people, what Gigi was saying, more people felt uncomfortable coming on the StreamYard link, but they'll feel comfortable going to Discord, especially the chat, and the chat get to talk to the creator. I just use that as a promotional tool. Like, hey, after the show, I'll be in Discord. And you will get more people coming to your show next because they know they have access to create. They get to know you. They get to even give you advice. Hey, do more music this way. Or like I've asked Gigi, hey, what should I do? Oh, be this way. Do how else? Besides, you don't want this to be live. Going there makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie. I love it. If it's done right, GG, it could be a horrible place.
It can be. It's all as to who has control of it and what they do with it. But if you have, if you're using it in the right manner, it can be a great place. I mean,
Yes,
we have
indeed.
a lot of channels in ours. I mean, there must be 70 channels in it. But what we did was we gave a lot of people their own channels. I mean, in fact, if somebody came to us and was like, I want my own channel for fixing cars, we gave them their own channel so they could just have a channel regarding fixing car shit, and that's what they posted in there. And if you post anything but memes in Tony's meme channel, he'll rip your face off. And but that was his meme channel. That's all. He didn't want you to send jokes, he wanted memes. And so, but we gave everybody their own little kind of outlet. I mean, there was people that were in Discord. There are people that have a Discord page in our channel but are not on Discord. So, and what that was for was we used that to post their lives. So when they'd go live on YouTube, we posted it in Discord so that people knew. That's where I get a lot of my people, is I always post my lives in Discord in about 7 different channels.
Yep. And in order for you to get to StreamYard, you got to subscribe to her Discord channel, which promotes her. Yeah, she's using it as a promotion tool. Business.
Well, and I think it just lets everybody know where you're at. It just makes it was much easier. Like, in fact, we used to use Discord a lot more, and I think my OGs are like, well, shit, Gigi, you're not doing none of the stuff you used to, because that's where I used to let them know for certain if I wasn't going to do a live, though they knew it. They knew it because they'd go to Discord. Oh, she said she's not doing a live tonight, which didn't happen very often. But if I didn't, that's where they knew it.
Yeah.
And now now if I don't have one and I post something about it, it's in a post on YouTube. But I used to do it in Discord a lot because that's where a lot of my people were. So it worked well. But now it's grown.
I got a question for y'all. Why does it seem people are willing to go to back chat to have the conversation and not panel up anymore? What changed? The conversation, like you said, want to be judged for your words? Because I'm seeing what you're seeing. People are still here. They're just rather go privately and have these conversations rather than publicly or like we used to.
Well, for one, too many clips and people clipping shit and all that kind of shit. I think AI has scared people. I think there's a lot of reason why people are not willing to panel up. They don't want, I mean, the whole reason that Yank left was because of how it was so invasive. So, everything seems, you're very vulnerable. And I don't think you like that. Being on YouTube, there's a lot just in what you say. I don't care if it's so much as, well, I go pick my grandson up this day and this day. Well, now somebody knows I leave my house on this day and this day. Or you just never know. In this world, there's crazy shit that goes on. So I think people are very much in tune to that. And when you have shit like what went on yesterday, that makes them, I know they're not famous. It doesn't matter. They might be famous to one person that's crazy as shit, and that's all it takes.
Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna tell you my stories about female. I had people show up at my house. So you're preaching to the choir.
I've always made it really clear. Let me tell you what.
I've had these
ever come to my house uninvited. Just and I've always made that very clear. Don't ever do it.
I'm giving it as a warning. I'm like, that's your only warning. Don't do it. I warned you. Don't show up uninvited to my house.
Just don't. I wouldn't do that to anybody. I would never be like, I'm gonna go surprise them. Oh yeah, the surprise might be yours, dumb shit.
No comment, Mouse. No comment. No comment. This has happened to me. I've had people contact my daughter to get in contact. Like, this is like, what could this is like
It goes
Man.
real light and weird real fast.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. If you contacted my daughter to get in touch with me, being scared of me,
Now,
you don't really have a reason to be scared of me. My daughter, you would so regret it, because first of all, she'd go the legal way. This girl has all of her little, she has everything right in a little bucket. Everything she needs, and legally in every way possible.
Yeah.
And you would not want to do that. That would,
Oh,
or one of my sons.
Oh, that's obvious. But it's what you saying, the ability to be like, you want to know what? This is nice. Let me just that's boundaries. No.
Yeah.
Don't
No.
ever.
And the way this world is going, that's what I'm saying, Gigi. It's easier. Okay, you don't want to talk to me. I can easily go behind it. Yeah, that's crazy. So
yeah,
it's what
I worry that where we're headed, because now think about, I have way more friends on the internet at this point than I do out in the real world. And if the internet goes away and there's not that, now you have just shrunk your circle to a lot smaller, because now it's just your immediate, whoever it was that you were willing to have close to you, that's not in the internet world. And
are
so,
they ready? Yep.
well, and I know, I mean, of course, obviously, the problem is I used to have a big circle, and now that circle has shrunk to basically immediate family and, such. But that is due to safety concerns. It's all about, again, you see, I write it all the time. It's about trust and trusting no one. I don't trust a whole lot of people. And so because of that, that makes your circle very small. And if you're cut off from everything, I mean, think back to just COVID and what we all went through during that time. I mean, they gave us internet. They kept that because they knew we'd all go squirrely if we didn't.
Yeah.
But if that's taken away, think about how many total social worlds are taken away, because they've replaced their normal socialism, their social world, with the internet. And now the internet's going to be gone. The people that I think about most is the elderly, the older people that don't get out much, and how they're stuck. And if they don't have the internet, they're screwed. They have no help and nobody. And they're old.
And I will go back to when this country was married. Mom, dad, cousin lived right down the street. Is Jack what Gigi was saying? You can walk down the street. Grandmama was down there. Auntie was down there when it was married, because you wanted to live right by your family. Because when you had a baby, grandmama coming over, auntie. Where's your community at? That's what Gigi is saying. When times get tough, where grandmama at? They split us up. Yep. Marriage. Is what happened, Mouse, yesterday when they knew something was wrong with you. They came running.
Yeah. Exactly.
Marriage.
Yeah, it was kind of shocking how everybody was like, whoop, I better come out. That's who's going to take that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Told her.
And that's the thing. Think about it. If something was to go down, think about it. If we don't have our phones and we don't have the internet. Now, I mean, all of us were getting a hold of each other and talk. I mean, there wouldn't be that. You wouldn't, I mean, now you're like, oh, well, okay. Now your circle goes to like extraordinarily small.
Oh yeah, real quick.
I mean, and you are going to get hyper focused. Let me tell you.
But once
on
again,
that circle,
where are you? This is CIA shit. Where would if the lights go off? That's what they call it. Where would you get your information? It wouldn't be the government and police force. You see what I'm saying? Where are you getting it from? You wouldn't know nothing.
Take
No,
it back
you
to
wouldn't.
the night of the hurricane and how
Right,
we were
Cecil?
blacked out. Like we experienced it just a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And when it hit, they left the radio stations. Towers were down. You couldn't get anything on the radio. The internet towers were down too, so you couldn't Google. You couldn't Google into the news. TV towers were down. All we had was this. It was like an alert that kept going off on the cell phone, so we could get text messages barely, and we couldn't call out. So all we were getting was these, please evacuate, yada, 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 these dimensions. You couldn't call anybody to confirm, even though I know there's a person right there beside the river that I could have called and said, hey, what's the status of the river? What's it doing? And they could have told me at that moment. We didn't even know we were caged in on an island, that the bridges were gone.
Well, and think about how many people go, remember that bug out bag we were going to get? Shit. I don't think we put that together, did we? Nope, we didn't put that together. Oh, shit. Where's our binos? Where's our water filter? Where's our water tap? Where's our flashlight? Where's our hatchets? All the shit is going to start going through your head.
It was so bleak that had I actually listened to the alert, I very easily could have been washed out on one of the bridges trying to get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Or drove into the river not knowing the bridge was gone.
That was going to be my next question. Since y'all are big on local government, in case of emergency, who would you confirm or deny information in your local government that you know personally, that you can call?
It was hard.
Like if something was to go on right this second, power off, do y'all know anyone connected to the government locally that you can call and get a straight fucking answer?
No.
Find that. And whoever that person is you find should be the person you put your money behind.
That's like saying, go find you the safest drug smuggling dude that'll cross the fucking Rio for you.
Be smart about it. The only person getting communication in and out is a ham operator. And only the country folk know that. These are not PBs. These are ham radios.
Elon Musk got something that he's trying to do with his satellite phones now. He's trying to get one to every American just in case.
Not many people even know that you have to have a permit or a license to operate a ham radio. Go do that now. You may never use it, but you'll learn how to use it. And that was the only way. That was actually what they fell back on here to communicate. Was ham radios, because that's the only thing that could get any signals.
Yeah, and if the grid goes down, we ain't even gonna have that. That's very true, Ma.
That's line of sight. You know what I'm saying? You got to go up. You got to get to the highest point to get the most conversation. That's sickening.
The one thing that everybody better think about is, especially if you live in a city, if you're in a place like with Mouse, there's a big difference. In those situations, you'll notice that rural people tend to stick together. And it doesn't matter if it's something little or something big. It could be about one family that's been affected or the whole damn place. They tend to really rally around each other. In cities, that does not happen.
No.
So you are on your own, and that can make things really, really tough. Because you got to get, if you do have people, a circle at all, you got to get to that circle. Y'all got to meet up somewhere. And then you got to figure out where you're going, depending on what the event is. I mean, that we have a certain, there's the all-time general rule of where we will all end up at if something was to happen. But there's a lot between here and Idaho that could go wrong, depending on what's going on. If it's hurricanes or earthquakes or, what the deal is. It's all going to change what this, where you're going to need to go and what you're going to need to do. But the one thing is each area has their own needs for survival shit. Like here, one of the big things, you got to be careful of getting wet because you're going to stay wet for a long time if you get wet. So they're just things you got to think about. In Idaho, you'd never have to worry about that. Well, you would, but only till you got dry, which you'd dry quicker unless you froze to death.
And in Louisiana, you don't go nowhere near the water when it's hot because we got things waiting at the edge of them called gators.
See?
So
No matter how hot you are.
don't go there because they know you there. They know you coming for a drink of water.
They don't care how cute your bikini is.
I'm telling you. So she's right. The environment that you in can lead you in some serious fucking trouble if you're not ready for it.
Yeah. To me, it was worth sitting here without food versus hiking out on foot, bears, snakes. It just, you know what? No.
And Christine, she said, well, I'm pretty much doing it as one. And you know what? It's okay. You can definitely, because here's the thing. Now you don't have to worry about food for another. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Now, there is a thing that, and I know this is a hard one for some people, but if you've got animals, and depending on what kind of animals you have, that is going to be a huge decision that people are going to have to make along the way. Because, these are people's family members in a lot of eyes. However, when you're talking about if you have a whole ranch or whatever,
You're a target.
Yeah, you're a huge target.
Yes, ma'am. And psychologically, they'll say, and you'll get this if you're a shooter. All I have to do is my aim got to be better than yours. That's it.
Right. Well, it's just like when people are like, well, are you ready? If something was ever happened, do you have food saved up? Do you, what do you have saved up? I have what it needs to get what I need. So, because remember, that's hard time.
You sound like she been arrested before. I ain't telling you shit.
I think that
it's so sad you lost all your guns in that boating accident.
I know. It makes it hard.
That was wild, man.
I still have a slingshot. Look out, motherfucker. I'm a great hit. I'm great. I'm a great shot. You better look out.
Y'all see 4-foot Mouse and Gigi coming with guns. That will be like a Smurf convention with weapons. This is funny and cute, y'all. Imagine these little bitty girls. That is so cute.
Yeah. The AR is so big, we both have to hold it. It's okay though. We got it.
Yeah, we've got the the whole camouflage pants on and the wild beater. We've got our hair pulled back in a ponytail.
That's right. We got this. You hold the front, I'll hold the back. We got this.
Yeah.
Boy, these little damn shorties with these 45s, man, they doing damage in the South, boy.
Well, I can definitely say practice. I'm muscle memory is just it's just so important between, if you ever needed it, God forbid, and hopefully most of us will never have to worry about it. But if you did, you want to make sure that muscle is well worked and maintained.
Okay, I'll ask the hard question that somebody said to me. As a single mother, how do you prepare for and how do you maintain a pistol in a house full of children?
You teach.
We know, but they need to, that's the fear. That's most mothers' fear.
Teach. I can't tell you, get them comfortable.
And lock it up.
Well, and teach. When you say, I know this is going to be a little bit of a rough subject here, but
no, actually,
when you say lock it up, I don't know of many suspects that wait for you to get your gun unlocked.
Oh, and I get that, but at the same time, don't slap it down on the coffee table in front
Well,
of a 2-year-old. No, no,
well,
no,
first
no.
of all, you should always be
You
I mean,
know,
if you are a responsible firearms owner, you take care of those things, and it's not leaving your side unless it is in a safe
actually, you'll
spot.
be pleased here to hear what Tennessee is doing, Gigi.
I
And
seen that.
did you see that? They are
Mhm.
going to start teaching our children in school about guns,
Mhm.
about gun safety. They're going to be shooting by the time they're out of high school.
Well, and that's what they should have been doing. We used to do it when we were kids. We had a class. We had to do it. You didn't pass if you didn't.
That's what I brought up to Mouse yesterday. Now I got a question for y'all as moms. How did y'all teach your children how to use a knife?
I'm the wrong person to ask.
But you see what I'm saying? It's the same premise on teaching gun ownership. Y'all taught them at some point, you see that fucking knife and what it can do. And as moms, as parents, y'all had to groom that knife can do, but then you allowed your child to, okay, now you can use it today because now you see what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
same form you should teach them about firearms.
Well, first of all,
how dangerous it is also.
Yes.
it starts when they're very young. Yeah, you
Yep.
don't start it when, okay, he's 10, I guess we'll teach it. No, that starts when they are very, very young. My 3-year-old grandson knows about firearms, and he knows where everything is. He knows. Now, that's not to say, first of all, it's always on. It's on the person, or it's safely locked away because he is 3. But when I say locked away, there's a certain way that you can make sure that your firearms are secure, so that your children or others are not around it. Because it's not just about your kids; it's about what if some other kid shows up, someone that hasn't trained their kids on firearms. We were always taught from a very, very young age, and so were my kids, about firearms and how they, for one, they would know how to handle a firearm, but they'd also know the responsibility of it. And so that was big on us. I mean, we told all the horror stories, we showed all the horror pictures, we did the whole thing. So our kids knew what kind of damage could be done to somebody with a firearm, regardless of the size. So, I mean, it can happen. Bad thing, you can take out an eye with a BB gun, for criminy sakes. So you really have to teach your kids. And that's the one thing that we always taught our kids, even with Nerf guns. I mean, they were not allowed to point them at the head, ever. Never. I don't care if it's a Nerf gun. You weren't allowed to point it at anybody's head. And some of them, if they're too powerful, they weren't allowed to point them at the kids at all.
We did have that rule. Don't point them at the face because, yeah, the Nerf guns got rough.
Well, and some of them are, I mean, I've bought a chintzy $5 one for my grandson, and it's been more powerful than the $25 one they bought him.
But,
It's like,
even I did the same thing. I used a lot of Nerf gun in gun training. I did that too.
yep.
Yeah. We would have Nerf gun fights as a family, like as this fun thing, and they always looked forward to it. But we were implementing lessons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it starts when they're very young. I mean, like I said, even with Lucas, and he's only 3, but he's got a Nerf gun, and we go over. First of all, it's one of them, the one that seems to want to shoot. I mean, it almost seems like you probably need a concealed weapons permit to have it, but I mean, it shoots that hard that
the balls look like little golf balls.
The first time we pulled it out and let him shoot it, my granddaughter goes, "Shoot it at my butt, Lucas," and she shot it and it hit her in the butt, and she's like, "Ow, don't let him do that anymore." It made a little mark on her butt where, I mean, and it, this was from probably 4 or 5 feet away, but it shoots really hard. But he's got another one that I don't worry as much about, but you know what? I still explain to him, you cannot look at it when you're loading it. So because he has a habit of wanting to tip it up and then put the Nerf bullet in, And when he does that, he puts it into that barrel and he'll look straight at it. And I'm like, no,
Yeah.
no. So that's all in, and you start that from a very young age.
Yeah.
And after that, it goes from, the Nerf gun to a paintball gun to a, BB gun, whatever it is. Even slingshots. That's another one. We've, explained how you can hurt the kitty. You can hurt,
Yeah.
I can't say hurt the squirrel because we won't talk about that. I'm not.
You can still put an eye out with it. You can, still
Yeah.
do some damage with it.
Me being trained, and I trained my daughter to be a shooter, and she expert. What I found out that most parents don't teach them is the consequences of using it. They tell them how to use it, what it's used for, but they don't say if you pull that trigger, there's consequences to it. That's like what's behind it. What's behind the target? The not you like people that have them. Like I was bringing up to Mouse, that dude that shot the kids in that school. I don't think the mother ever had to come. Do you know what that can do? And with mental health, so it's a lot to play into it. It's a lot. But as parents, y'all get it. Explaining the consequences of your actions is what I think these parents ain't doing with these bang bangs.
Well, I think it's the same with anything. I think it's the same thing you teach your kids when they're, I don't care if it's, getting behind the wheel of a car, and I don't care whether you're drinking or not, it's still, you can take somebody out with it. So if you're not paying attention, if you're not, you got to think about, you got to be in the moment of the car. And I know a lot of times that's really hard because it becomes very natural to just get in the car and it becomes a piece of you. And you forget about what you're even doing. You could be on the phone, flipping the heater on, changing it over to defrost, turning on your windshield wipers, dimming your headlights, turning on the radio, hanging up the telephone. I mean, there's a million things and some people, they do it very nonchalantly, but all it takes is a minute of looking away or whatever. And the next thing you know, you've, taken out a whole family. It can happen very, very quick. And I think that it's the same with anything. I don't care if it's a four-wheeler or what it is. My RV, it's 35 feet, 19,000 pounds. It's like a tank. I mean, Marvin said to me, the first corner I went around, you better slow down or we ain't going to have this past the next corner. And he was right because, you just don't realize how much when you're in control of something, you better think about what you have. And it's no different with firearms or knives or anything else.
Right. And that is true. We taught them with cars. We taught them with, weapons and consequences. That's a big one.
Yeah. And not handing them the phone and hoping that somewhere in there they'll learn it and see it on, I don't know, YouTube or TikTok. That doesn't work. You have to teach them. It's one of the reasons that I think my son takes my grandson outside and they hike a lot and they do a lot of those sort of things so that because that's part of, they do that all the time. That's part of Sean's life. So they're always going and enjoying outside but in the process, he's learning through all of that, whether it's, about hiking or even about eating. He's learned about, I don't know what they're called. I think they're called mountain time packs, but they're for food that you can take out and eat while you're out hiking. And you just take one little tiny burner and put it, on the burner. In the water, and then you pour it into the package. And that's Lucas's favorite part. He loves that. It's like, yeah, now we're camping. He thinks it's great. It's a little tiny burner. There's not a whole lot to it, but it's a mountain house. Yeah, Ma. But they just have a ball doing that stuff. But it teaches Lou along the way the little things about, whether it's about fires or, eating or making sure you're drinking or all the things. It's amazing what that kid learns through just going out with his dad like that. Way more than he ever learns,
survival
behind a desk.
That's right. Just survival.
Yep.
I got a more. I hate to ask y'all this. This is your opinion, though. Give me your percentage of people on YouTube out of 100% men and women. No, 100% of men. Do you think on YouTube that suffer from a mental illness? Rage, hate women, that shit, that able to do violence, that shit.
I don't know.
Define mental illness.
Boy, this is a icky.
It's like art. It's like the definition of art. You know it when you see it. I just say, y'all, they be trying to corner on the vet. They don't know the vet got bullets. Bang, 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 bang. That can't get me.
Matt said 80%.
Okay, I know. And she's right. And she's right. The statistics said 80% of people on YouTube are on some mental. You're right. How many people do you think in real life is suffering from the same fucking thing?
I think we're all a little fucked up.
I do.
To the YouTube point, to that 80%. If you think 80% is that, how many you think is in society that built that way? And what I mean by that, when our Mouse brought up that dude doing that to that girl, and as a father, hearing Mouse how afraid that she was, that nobody did anything, as a father, that scared the shit out of me. And I started realizing, is it more of them than us out there? Meaning, is it more crazy that could do that? Have our population shift? Because what y'all were saying, 10% that we thought were crazy in the population, have it moved since COVID? That's what I'm saying. Has it moved? And we just don't see it.
Well, I believe it is more than COVID, because we had Biden for 4 years, and remember that was able to amp it up for that 4 years.
We had Obama and the Clintons before that.
Well, that's where it all started. I mean, let's
I
be
think
real.
it was before COVID.
But COVID amplified it.
I think COVID that's all they had to focus on. That was all that was left. Dishes were done, not going to work, laundry's caught up.
Yeah, for women.
All you have to work on is yourself.
Yeah, but for women, but do you understand? And like everybody researched this just because this COVID was the biggest, that whole thing was the biggest male deletion in human history. More men had committed self-deletion during that time, which you got more angry men coming, like more men deleted themselves in human history in them 3 years. Check it. You will be astonished what media scrubbed this.
When you take all of their devices and outlets away, the only thing they have is,
No, men didn't have anybody to talk to. So women communicated during COVID-19. Men sat in a room and deleted themselves. So I'm sure y'all researching it. Check out the deletion rates have been men, black. It skyrocketed.
I didn't come across that.
It's because the media scrubbed it.
Well, we just, I guess locally, the men pushed harder than the women to keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
To not stop, not separate, not to buy into the whole thing.
Are male deletion rates up? Yes. What's the cause of male deletion rates while they're up? C19.
Mental health.
Exactly. So did that cause more men with Yes. That's what I'm getting at. Yes, big dog mom. Exact. Mouse just answered. She was like that. Yeah, it's mental health. Yeah, I know, because of that, it created more mental health. Is there more people out there to do violence among young women and other men? Yes. Am I seeing it? Yes. Have we seen more deletions of women deleting kids and men delete? Yes. I'm seeing a growing tendency.
Yeah.
In mental health, as they would say, but as a scapegoat or a realization to delete a child. But I'm seeing
how
this
we
is different.
treated our mental health has changed. y'all remember, forever in our history, always growing up, and there were institutions that had doctors, nurses, and patients. And if these patients didn't mentally get better, you know what I mean? Then they needed 24-hour care and to be watched.
But
And then society come along and said, "Oh my God, that is so inhumane. Let them out." So what they had to do was take these people and scatter them around these group homes. And
that's
then
America.
eventually they were just left on the streets.
That's
Nobody tended to them.
That's America.
It's America, but that's what we did in mental health.
But that's
We
America
stopped
right now.
doing it. And
They
yeah,
dropped
then we get,
Democrats.
then we get bombarded with depleting our resources.
I think
Doing
America.
that.
I think the Americans are overwhelmed.
Of course we are.
I believe they're literally overwhelmed.
Of course
Parents,
we are.
mothers, people looking for the future. There's no voice. Like it's what you saying, that anger of, Lord, what are y'all doing to our kids? What are you doing to our country? Why ain't nobody listening to us? I think that's how you was raised, like what you were saying at the beginning. Who's listening to us as Americans? I'm saying as Americans, this is what I'm here. That like the government has abused the American. You know what I'm saying? That like you ain't hearing me. That is what I'm getting.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Big Dog Man. Exactly. Like they want to yell at
It
somebody,
makes
but they don't
me
know who.
insane. Yeah, we're living in a society where liars rule. Morals are out the window. Your hard work doesn't even matter anymore. Your sympathy problem means more than your hard work. Your sympathy card, your feelings, and all that is now valued more than your hard work, your ethic, your honor, your character.
My study, Mouse, and maybe you can debate this, you and Gigi. I believe with the Epstein files, and then you add on what just happened with no answer. I believe this has changed who you and Gigi, who you even trust.
Of course.
I think them two, like the first one, that okay, y'all this. I think with this just happening, and nobody knows anything. Now it's like what you just said. Oh, I know now. Okay, I know. Okay, you ain't fooling me no more. I think that's where they're at because
Mm-hmm.
it's so dramatic, emotional. Yeah.
Just a minute, I'm having a
Woo,
Facebook war.
Do what?
she said a phase 4.
A Facebook war here. Just a minute,
Oh,
I'm ripping
she
this
yelling at somebody like you want to.
liberal.
And we don't.
Mouse been
Yeah,
waiting,
Gigi,
Gigi. Mouse been waiting. Mouse said, I wish a motherfucker would, Army vet. I'm waiting. Mouse is ready.
Nobody came in. Nobody challenged me. So, but that's
Yeah.
cool. But I said my piece.
Big Dog Nama, I always believe anytime America is in turmoil, they go to God and guns.
That's all we got left.
That's when you know America is afraid. And then the next thing they do is what Gigi say, they give up their rights.
That's what we can't do, though. But we got to quit making excuses.
True. What? You run through chat naked? Big Dog Ma?
Oh no! Ah.
I'm afraid of it. Hey. Either you're going to be feared or respected on YouTube, and after that, they don't even believe you anyway, so what's the purpose? Might as well say what you want to say. That's what somebody said to me, and this is a perfect quote. You have freedom of speech. You don't have freedom of consequence for your speech.
That's
what somebody always told me. Meaning, I can say what I want to, but if it affects a crazy person, what?
Yeah. You said it. And it irritated them, and now they're irritated. Don't be mad, but we can't walk around like that. I am not going to quit speaking the truth. All of us have, like I said, all of us have to take a little bit of Charlie Kirk and carry him forward. That's what he deserves.
Always remember, manipulation works. If you get them to always watch left, they'll never see it.
Yeah.
Always place things around you. If you are a person of a specific type, place things around you that is easy to be found, but also ask your friends to find things to confirm or deny, or how easy it is to contact you or get in touch with you. That's when you know how to protect yourself.
Hmm?
As they say, manipulation is best used when people believe a truth. That's the only way you can use it.
When people believe a lie,
Whatever you
that's
believe,
manipulation.
there's no purpose in manipulation unless you let them believe what they want to believe. There's no purpose of manipulation any other way.
Charlie didn't manipulate. I don't know what you mean.
When you can place things readily available for people to see, they see what they want to see.
Mm-hmm.
They will never investigate further because they see what they want to see.
Mm. Okay.
If you give somebody a point in time in a, let's say the camera view. Let's just say the camera view. If I give you a place and time of where the sniper is, and you believe that, whose fault is it from what you're looking at?
If you show it to me and I believe it,
Yeah.
whose fault is that?
If I put let's just say somebody put a picture or a video out specifically to garner your attention on purpose,
Mm-hmm.
is that a truth or a manipulation?
I don't know.
Should you confirm or deny?
What?
Mm-hmm. People believe a lot of things.
Use your eyes
No,
and ears.
it's seeking the truth. In order to seek the truth, you have to go places that you don't want to go. But every truth you find, you have to deny it because it will make you dig deeper and find the truth. Don't believe what anybody, like even about the Charlie Kirk situation, don't believe this was either local or trans or what you believe. What do you believe happened? Can you confirm but deny what you believe?
Yep.
Not what you're being fed.
Yep. Pretty obvious. And that's just it. Like, they're not even trying to hide no more. Not even trying to hide it.
GG cussing somebody out on Facebook.
Get up, GG, get up.
I've been seeing it. Mouse told me how horrible it was. I haven't watched it, but she told me how horrible it was. Seeing the Twitch and the Facebook and the mocking of this death. See, I don't get bothered with that. That's too much for me.
It was unhuman. It was just unhuman. I mean, some of these people out here treat it like a video game. Like, I give it 10 minutes, he'll be back in the game. No, like, this is for real. This is forever. Mm-mm.
You okay?
Mm-hmm.
I hate it when I have people that are our friends from years ago that encourage the whole tranny bullshit that I absolutely have no tolerance for. None.
Uh-oh.
So that there's the problem. That I didn't bring it up. They did after they actually posted something about the whole frustration over Charlie, and I said, "Oh, it's weird. It's always one side that's doing the shooting." Let's be
Well,
honest.
yeah.
And of course, they had an excuse that, well, remember, some MAGA person took out a congressman and her dog, something else. I don't know. Like, dude, I said, you know what? I wrote this long thing, man. I mean, I let them all have it, and then I erased it and went, you know what? I'm going to lose a good friend over this, so I'm going to stay quiet. But you enjoy your day, Jerry.
Mm.
Because Jerry's not my friend, but he commented on my friend's post. So, anyway. This is why social media sometimes just sucks.
Real talk. I wasn't gonna say this, but I think, since we're about to roll out, 3 days ago, I came to Mouse and told her I was leaving YouTube because of this.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "This isn't. This is
Ain't fun no
different."
more.
Yeah, exactly, Gigi.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "What?" And I'm like, "Look around." And we started seeing people drop off, but I think she's getting it now. And this was just 3 days. Like I was like, I got something bad. She was like, "What?" I was like, "I got something to tell you." What army? And just unloaded.
Well, I think one of the things is I think if you do too much YouTube, you can hit YouTube burnout.
No,
And
it ain't that. It's not. It's seeing y'all hurt. That's what I told her. It's not me. It's coming on seeing my friends hurt. That shit fucks with me. And that's what she's seeing. Like I'm seeing y'all, and it fucks with me because I can't do shit. And and then that's why I came to. I was like, it's not me. It's not. It's how y'all. This is different.
It's all you helpless motherfuckers I feel bad for.
Oh no, Big Dog, I'm leaving. I even told Mouse I'm leaving.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't.
There's moments in time that people have to understand when this world don't need a fucking referee.
Well,
it's not your job.
I think that there's sometimes when people do need breaks. They just need to walk away from it. I mean, I've seen where people will leave YouTube and then they come back.
I think people out there need to remember that as creators, we're one channel. And we spend a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort on our topics, on everything that we're doing up here. And people have to remember that the people that come into our channels come in from many different channels, many different places. We cannot control where our viewers go, this kind of thing. But the one thing that y'all got to remember we can't do is control the rest of YouTube and what everybody does out there.
Well, right. But I also think that when this becomes unfun. You don't, once it becomes like a job, unless you're making $1,000 a month, ain't nobody wants to come and do this and it feel like a job. It has to feel enjoyable. Once there's not that enjoyment anymore, once you don't feel like, yay, I'm gonna go hang out. And I mean, you can get the cold feet and the, oh my God, I'm gonna start, and the nervousness. But once you get the, oh fuck, I gotta do a live tonight. That I was having
Well, I
way
mean,
too many of those.
we run into these occasions where two people, and I've had it happen. You've seen it happen here, Gigi. One person comes in, they don't like somebody that's here.
Mm-hmm.
And so whatever drama they had out there, they continue here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they turn around and look at me like, why didn't you handle that? Your channel, your responsibility, all this kind of thing. And so now when people come in, and I have to know in the back of my head that some people are going to leave when certain people come in. And it's not fair. It's not right. It's not fair on us creators.
Well,
that we can't,
What about this? I'll give you an example, Gigi. What if you was going to a birthday party to see Mouse, but if you walk in that door, half of the crowd is gonna leave because they don't like you. Would you go to the birthday party?
Well, I'd probably go, but it would probably be a thing where I wouldn't stay long. I would go and show my support, or I might just hang back and not contribute a whole lot. But I might be there because it's my friend and I want to support them. And so even if it's an uncomfortable situation for me, I may very well do it for the support of my friend. And I think that, I mean, either way is fine for whatever that person wants to do. But I just think that once it becomes a thing where you have to, in the case of, if you have to leave because there's other people there that don't like you, there's lots of times when I'll go to a channel and go, oh yeah, nope, I am not dealing with that. I'm just not.
And that's it. That's okay. It's when you stop and decide, well, you know what, I'm going to reach out to that creator and express.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get that right.
That somebody else was in there.
Yeah,
or things like that. Now we're trying to contend with. Now we're teachers. You know what I mean? Controlling a classroom, and we don't want to feel that way.
Well, now I can't say that I haven't gone, oh, fuck Mouse. They came in.
Mm-hmm.
But that's me and Mouse backstage. Or, I mean, so I can definitely, but I think that's with anything. It doesn't matter whether you're at a restaurant, somebody walks in you don't like. You're not probably going to hang out quite as long as you might have because they're there, or at a bar, whatever. But I
remember, the creator is like the restaurant owner, and we're just trying to please all of our customers. That's our job.
Right.
Give you good ambience, give you good food, and we don't want to be judged on what public people, and you can't control, who comes in and out of a public establishment.
No.
Sure, you're probably going to run into a neighbor you don't get along, these kind of things. Don't put it on the restaurant owner to referee the argument, or you can't go to the restaurant owner and say, well, how dare you let them in here? I eat here.
Yeah, and I think it's to each their own.
If you was a 5-star restaurant and you had a cook and it turns your restaurant to a 2-star, of course they're going to complain.
Yeah, but if they're complaining about other customers and not the food, what are you doing here? Like, y'all don't, we want y'all to enjoy the food. A lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of prep on the food,
Yeah, I think that we don't necessarily get to pick who comes to our channel. And if somebody comes and they want to show support, I think for somebody else to come in and say, I don't like that person, and if they're going to be here, then I'm going to go, then they probably should go. And I don't think that isn't, I mean, you've got, what are we, 5?
Exactly. Like, I can't help.
And there are channels that I go to and go, I'm not fucking dealing with listening to that person. I can't. And I'll go to another channel. I love the creator. It's super fun. Love the panel. Love the channel. But that one person that comes up there drives me insane. I don't know if it's their voice. I don't know if it's their personality. It's not their body odor because I can't smell them, but something bugs me about them and I don't want to be there. So I just go. But you know what? I don't go to the creator. Well, I went to your channel, but I didn't hang out because you had so-and-so there and she's got fucking raunchy teeth.
Now,
I
stop
didn't,
making me feel
yeah.
guilty like I have any control, like I'm supposed to go out there and hand pick who I'll suppose,
Yeah, that's, first of all, that's not really a supporter because that's not
It's
supporting you
not
at
a thing
all.
on YouTube. We don't have a door. Anybody can stop by and view our shows.
Yeah.
We can block chat, but when we get into that, I'm not fighting everybody else's battles for them. I don't know.
Nope.
I can't keep track
You're
of
not a fucking psychologist.
right of the web of drama and who's mad today and who's mad at who tomorrow.
Yeah, fuck that. No. And the other thing is people need to not take shit personally. If somebody doesn't show up at your channel or somebody's not on your live or they don't come up on panel or they're not chatting in your chat, first of all, it doesn't mean they're not there. And second of all, they have a life, a real one. And they might just be very busy. And you have to just move on and know that that's not, you're not dependent on that one person to show up to make or break your channel. So if they don't show up, it's fine. They probably have shit going on. But to take it so personal, it doesn't do anybody any bit of good. I mean, it just doesn't. You have to, there's lots of times when people don't show up. Now, if I have somebody that I know shows up to my channel every live on Tuesdays, no matter what, and then for a month they don't show up, like Sugar Britches, that scared the hell out of me after a bit because she's one of my OGs, and then I didn't hear from her for forever, and I didn't hear from her in Discord, and it took a while, and then she was like, you know what, sorry, I just took a break from YouTube. And she just took it, and I've only seen her the one time, but she at least came back and let us know I'm YouTubed out. And it's okay. Everybody gets burnt out on it. It's okay. I'm not offended by it in any way. I totally get it. So I just think that people need to not take shit personal, and, they need to enjoy YouTube.
At the end of the day, if you have an issue with someone or you have a problem with someone, discussing it with your friends on YouTube is one thing. You'll probably do that in private. But as far as us creators go, y'all's issues out there is a you thing, not a creator thing. Like you know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not going to let somebody fly through chat and be ugly to somebody. Y'all know me better than that. I'm not going to let that float. But don't pick and choose your creators by who else follows them. And don't make it a creator problem that you don't like somebody showing up at their channel. Like, we have bigger things to focus on. As long as everybody can be adult about it, we should be. And everybody should be able to enjoy the creators.
Just know that we're trying to use compassion as we say this.
Yes, but honestly, I can't go out there and scream and holler at everybody y'all are mad at. I'm a creator. I'm not a YouTube bouncer. And there are some out there. Don't get me wrong. There are some out there.
Yep.
But y'all can't make the issues going on between yourselves the creator's problem. It's not fair. It's not fair to the creator, y'all. We feel like no matter what we do, somebody's feelings are going to get hurt.
Well, and here's the deal. If you want to leave, go ahead. You don't have to tell us why. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. I don't think that people understand. It's not that I don't think that me or Mouse or AV or anybody else wants to be rude. But I also think that if you expect us to make it perfect for you, regardless of anybody else, you're asking for way too much. We can't do it. I mean, it's just a YouTube stream, for Christ's sakes. And
I
I
don't
mean,
I don't think y'all get how personal it is. Y'all always denied it's family or you are more connected. If your family member, if this is real life and your family member is saying, hey, what would you do? But because you're on YouTube, but they're more personal, you would choose to ignore? Or would you listen? Even if it's doubt, would you listen?
are you saying would I listen if they called the wine?
No, if they warned you.
Would you listen to a warning?
Gigi made the quote that a lot of people on YouTube, is more personal than real life.
Oh, okay.
But saying in real life, you would listen to warnings and hey, you're better with this. You would listen to that in real life. Why wouldn't you do it on YouTube? This is just an out of box question, depending on what Gigi was saying.
Based on someone else's likes and dislikes, no. You know what I'm saying? Oh, of course, problems, yeah, bring them to me. About my show.
Have you ever thought that about a creator, that me not supporting a creator will help the creator more than hurt them? Crossroads.
You not supporting a creator would help them more than hurt them?
Yes. Have you ever had that crossroads as a content creator?
I don't know. Hey, Wanda.
What up, Wanda?
I don't know. I don't know if you didn't get notifications. I don't know. Mine went out.
She said that her phone turned it off.
Yeah, my internet
Hit it.
Well, AI has not loved me today, and that's okay.
Because we don't love AI either.
I know AI is a sociopath. Why you gotta do AI? It's fact. You have no feelings.
That's right. And neither do we, obviously.
I'm still trying to figure out how to stream that LSU Tennessee football game right now.
Oh, fuck.
I know sports, Gigi. I know.
We do it from mine. We do it from yours. However you want to.
YouTube don't like me. I'm already on their hit list.
I don't know. Surely we can find a feed.
Yeah. YouTube has changed for me. And Mouse would tell you if I'm blind. Do you know why I came to YouTube? And it's gonna blow your mind. I came to YouTube so no dude will ever commit suicide in his room alone. I wanted to give them a spark to say. That's why I was gaming. Not because I had fun, to give these kids passion and purpose, because I understood the suicide rate was coming for most video games. And I understood more doctrination was coming from the video game because I'm a dad and I'm a father. Plus, I came to the internet because my daughter needed a peaceful place to state what she wanted. Mouse, no, my channel started with me and my daughter. So when I understand that all of this is different, my why has changed.
Well, I think everybody's why changes because, I mean, I started out, no, I just want my channel to stay little and, you know, and then, oh no, I got to get to 500 and then, oh, I got to get to 1,000. I mean, but it started out that I just wanted a little channel, you know, just me and Yank, and that was it. We're just doing it. And then, you know, I was kind of wanting to get out, and Yank was still like, oh, I'm afraid you do that. We're going to lose our little community. He was kind of right. Because that small wholesomeness of 200-300 people is gone in that sense. I mean, I don't have 200-300 people come all at once ever. Oh, that's what he said. But
bye, Big Dog Ma. Have a good day. Thank you for coming in. Love you, girl.
Yeah, but
good night, darling.
What makes me so unique is I didn't start my channel. And a lot of people are going to be shocked by this. I was big in gaming, meaning these kids was listening to me, big in gaming. I didn't have a YouTube channel until I met Mouse Down because people were saying, dude, they need your voice. You need to talk. They need to hear what they started my YouTube channel. I didn't. Mouse been with me from day one, knowing that I have no fucking idea about YouTube. Matter of fact, one of the first few panels I ever was on, Mouse was up there, behind the scenes with all of us. So knowing that I lost the purpose is because everybody else created my channel. I didn't. That's why I'm unique. Meaning people like your voice need to be heard. I'm going to help you be a mod. I'm going to help you start your, like they literally, I was streaming on Twitch and everything else. They was like, you need a chat. We're going to help you start you a chat because you need to talk to these people. I'm telling you, my story is unique.
I don't think you realize that you're still doing what you came here to do. I don't think you give yourself credit for that. You do. It's been a few weeks, yeah, since you've had one of those streams, but you still speak it, even in panels up here.
I know, but they don't need to hear that now.
I think they do more than ever.
I don't know. I know fall's here. I'm in brown and orange. Fuck my life.
I cannot fucking deal with you.
No, Rodney, your shit stays green. I'm fucking here because it's paint.
See, she would have said that if we was like, I would have threw some shit at her head. What the fuck is you talking about, girl? That's what I would have did. And so it's funny.
We
like I'm
are
expecting,
live.
but that's who I am. Like,
no,
what the fuck are you talking
I
about?
was there. He'd throw it.
Right out of here. Like, what the fuck are you talking
We are live. What are you talking about? But I am fixing to tell everybody in our audience, you guys sit still. I'm going to roll this one out. We've been on for a good 5 hours. That's about all I cleared out the StreamYard to roll.
Oh,
but I wanted to, to actually keep it and clip it if I needed to.
You know that you only have to get rid of enough to show that you're under the 50 hours
You're so crazy.
for it to record.
Okay. All right.
Just so you know that.
Well, anyway, guys, it's been a great afternoon. It's a hell of a topic. Thank you so much for letting me vent today. I'm sorry if I run you off from my channel. It is what it is. And we'll see you guys on the next one.
Bye.
No comment.